Hey,
Ape
you're
has
still in. You're
40%.
still in eight.
467.
Are you still in?
467.
Okay.
Are you trying to
Yeah.
short ape? Let me look at the chart for you real quick.
Cool.
It didn't really pump, so the risk
He
to
said
reward
it pumped a
shouldn't be that
lot, so
good.
let me check. Oh no, it's dumped a lot. So let's compare ape real quick compared to Bitcoin 2 days ago. At these levels, ape is significantly down compared to Bitcoin 2 days ago, and I can prove that ape BTC chart. And we look at this like 2 days ago. Because today's 31st, 29th. Look at this. It was up a lot 2 days ago, 3 days ago, and now it's down significantly compared to Bitcoin. Here's the thing about ape that can help your short. Why don't you look at the calendar to see when the next cycle of ape's going to be distributed? And usually when the ape is distributed, people that receive it do end up selling it off in the markets. Yeah, I'm looking at ape right here, and compared to Bitcoin, like it's been downtrending versus Bitcoin. So it may even be oversold. Let me check the regular ape chart. So this is my regular ape chart on the 4-hour. It's been downtrending, and as it's been downtrending, the price is getting lower, and our size also not looking great. So, man, at this under $5 range, I would wait for it to retest at least 5 before trying to get a good short if you're going to need high leverage. But I did not see any pump for this today. When you told me it's pumping, I thought it might be like $7 or something right now.
Oh, I think I was for people who shorted the top on everything there at 25 too. This is starting to be like a take profit area, though.
Probably.
I mean, at least take profit 1, right? Or even 2, or even 3. Like, they might get worried that Bitcoin might bounce from 19.5.
I'm going to look at Bitcoin though, because Bitcoin cleared out a nice little block in those liquidations. I think Bitcoin came down, looked down this last hourly and started liquidating longs. Yeah, we're liquidating longs right here for Bitcoin. So once we start the cycle of liquidations on the longs, like it's hard to pull it out from that downtrend. Yeah, we already carved into this big first block, and definitely room to go down. Usually people like to try to short on right before the entrance of these liquidation blocks if we're like leaning one side or the other.
I think it's Nasdaq bringing Bitcoin down more than S&P at the moment, and Nasdaq just wicked to its to yesterday's close. Now it doesn't have to here, but could react to it a bit, at least a bit like S&P did at market open, because Nasdaq didn't act at all like S&P at market open. It pumped while S&P was looking for the gap close. Nasdaq was pumping. Now Nasdaq is dumping, and S&P is also dumping, but Nasdaq is reaching that gap play now. Too much on that, but maybe it has a chance to hold 12,343, and problem is I don't see how high it go, because it already tried going higher and found the top, so now it's looking for a bottom, which could be here. We could also see a lower, and it's gonna continue the downtrend for Bitcoin. Well, the downtrend, the red candles on the 5-minute.
So look at the DXY. It's actually
I was gonna say
dipping
exactly
at
that.
the same time while Bitcoin's getting this little pump here.
You know, sometimes I really have that feeling that there's only dollars left in crypto, because now there's only people who are holding dollars that have the buying power for crypto, because most of the other currencies are down, except ruble and a few good currencies that are holding. So sometimes you can see that now it goes with the DXY, not against it on these time frames. So dollar is dumping, Bitcoin is also dumping, because most of the money in Bitcoin is dollars anyway.
Right.
Maybe I'm completely wrong. It's just a feeling I have because it's the bear market and inflation is hitting everybody. Then, like, I mean, as a European, I can buy 20% less Bitcoin than I could a few months ago with my salary. So maybe that's true for not only me but also all the other countries in the world, and that's why it reached a point where on these small time frames it can be positively correlated and not inversely correlated. Although when you zoom out, it's still inversely correlated. So there's still money from abroad in Bitcoin. It's not only Americans buying Bitcoin, but it's probably mostly Americans paying it now. I mean, not necessarily Americans, but people who hold dollars. So it could be Russians, but they are holding dollars, not. Well, actually, Rebel has a lot of buying power.
I have a very interesting chart also I want to show you real quick. Yeah, but I like that point you said that you think a lot of crypto is traded with US dollars now. And it would explain a little bit why when the DXY is dipping really hard that Bitcoin actually gets a little bit of reversal. Because there are systems like it's so fast now to get cash into crypto and back and forth. So many systems. But look at this chart by Michael Burry. Put it on YouTube. I'm going to share my screen on Discord so you don't have to go to YouTube though. Alright, I'm sharing in 1080p.
Oh, we're on YouTube. Hello,
Yeah.
YouTube.
I want to do like crypto charts starting markets opens today because I think it could get more volume. I did crypto after dark. I did like few real trades last time and made some pretty good profits, but man, it was some of the trades stuck for 1 hour because volume didn't move. So look at this chart by Michael Burry, and the first thing I see, like this is SPX, and that's like it did not break the downtrend since
that angular, right? The
I
angular
think this is
downtrend.
November. I think this is November at the top here. It didn't break the downtrend starting. And this is very nasty that we did not break the downtrend. Because we don't break this downtrend, I could see this dropping significantly further down. And people are comparing it to 2008 because look, we didn't break the downtrend in 2008 and then boom. People panicked and sold. We had a housing market crash in US. Now we have the housing market crash that's happening in China with the apartments and condos not really being delivered, and the contractors actually did something very bad. They used that money and then they got bigger loans on margins to do other things besides finishing builds. Imagine if a housing contractor in America took his money that he raised for building houses. People want their houses. He used it to borrow more money and did like a loan, and he bought Bitcoin or stocks. Pretty wild. But yeah, I think the overall macro trend of the market, people like Michael Burry see this coming down. And when this is happening and the DXY comes down, sometimes Bitcoin gets these spreads. But I think DXY should be getting oversold right here. This should be the candle where DXY is getting oversold and starts coming back up. So if DXY is coming back up, it's gonna be easy for me to map this out. And this is very short time frame, unless there's something macro happening here, super macro. But Bitcoin is gonna get more sell pressure, and here's the problem: if Bitcoin's getting more sell pressure in this block down here, it's definitely gonna help with more liquidations. And it will help us push to the bottom of this block. I mean, that's only realistically, what, $50 difference? I think ETH is probably holding up the strongest here. Let's check the ETH Bitcoin chart. Yeah, look at the 4-hour chart. ETH compared to Bitcoin. ETH has been really strong versus Bitcoin. And we put it on the weekly. On the weekly, look how strong Ethereum is versus Bitcoin since 2020. Like back in 17 stuff, ETH wasn't that strong, but as more projects started getting developed on the Ethereum blockchain, I think ETH has actually been very strong versus Bitcoin. So, and then right here, you notice this was a moment in April, like after the last altcoin rally, ETH picked up all that traction. And if we put it on the hourly, you can see here, like, since 2 days ago, ETH has been growing versus Bitcoin. Like, back here, ETH was about 7.3% of a Bitcoin. Now today it's about 7.8% of a Bitcoin. Yes, it's starting to downtrend though versus Bitcoin right here on the short time frame. And usually, look right here, when a coin starts downtrending versus Bitcoin, usually the market's coming down together as a whole. When they rise, they can rise very fast, but when they downtrend, they can also downtrend very fast. Because look at it, ETH is up 4%, 24 hours, Bitcoin's up 2%. DOGE is not even up 2% right now, but also DOGE. DOGE likes to run. And if the macro market comes down, it's going to be like the first kind of like bearish macro trend that cryptocurrency experiences. It will definitely get rid of a lot of the scam coins and a lot of the bad projects. Let's see if the DXY kept coming down. DXY slow that come down right here, so that's good. If it starts pumping, DXY starts pumping. You can't buy it, people. You can't buy this. This is a chart for mapping out. But it's gonna be interesting if DXY and both Bitcoin pump. I wonder if TradingView has this feature. BTC plus DXY. No, they don't. Let's see if they have AMC plus GME. Okay. Okay. Alright, so there are some more charts that we can use with the new function, so that's pretty good. Oh, can we do minus? No, we can't. We can't do the minus. Good morning, everyone. Is anybody thinking about entering any positions currently? Alright, here comes the DXY. DXY finally got a parabolic SAR uptrend. Right here on the short time frame. And if the DXY is pumping, I want to see follow it through. I'm mapping this out so I can get the candles. I think this will help Bitcoin do that dip finally. Like, I saw it sideways. Like, it went sideways. So, yeah, this was a good signal. I was able to see DXY. So, some people would have closed their Bitcoin when they saw this right here. Or Bitcoin pumped a little bit more. Maybe like a $50 spread right there. I mean, this is a huge spreads. $50. I was begging for $50 spreads on Bitcoin the other night when I did crypto trading live. And we were just trading very low volume. But we were able to do over $40 million worth of liquidations. That's something. I really think Bitcoin's going to downtrend while this is happening. Yeah, DXY is coming up, so I do feel like Bitcoin's going to downtrend if more Bitcoins sold there to raise cash. In Europe, they have some very interesting things going on because of the rising fuel cost. Like, I was looking over some analysts and they were speaking about how Europe's been increasing public transportation so that they can lower the gas usage, fuel usage. Oh yeah, look, here we go down very hard for Bitcoin. Bitcoin is, here we go, like this was the warning candle, like get out. This was the warning, get out of your Bitcoin right here on the short time frame. And as you see, now we get that big volume picking up and we just liquidate even more positions right here, and those sells are picking up dramatically for Bitcoin right here. So yes, this was an early signal, but the early signal, like, hey, look, if you're trading thousands of Bitcoins, some of those institutions, they'll probably start getting out as well.
it.
One says Vitalik entered a long. Do you have proof that Vitalik entered a long?
He entered a long in his pants.
A lot of Bitcoin was shorted just now. So 42 seconds ago, over $7.8 million worth of Bitcoin was shorted. And then another additional 1.1 million. So I was able to map out this signal for like getting out of Bitcoin. And I hope you guys understand the logistics of why people would have closed their Bitcoin position there. I'm going to map out another chart. Not going to be on the screen, but
The one thing that's making me scratch my head is now that Jim Cramer's telling people that he was wrong and everybody should sell their crypto because they're going to lose their life savings. Now I'm thinking maybe I should buy some crypto.
So there are people with the inverse Jim Cramer portfolio.
Yeah, I heard they've been doing pretty good, right?
Sometimes they get wrecked. You can't inverse every single thing the man says.
Yeah.
Man, look at this volume picking up for Bitcoin as those liquidations pile in. We're wiping away a lot of cash in the markets.
Wipe out.
You know what just happened right here, Drew? At the same moment this happened, like, oh, this is weird. Like, we just ran out of liquidations there. This is so weird. Like, I feel like I'm dreaming at this moment in time. Like, we just wiped out all this. Kind of. But we just wiped out that liquidation block and started running out of gas. And while that happened, the DXY started downtrending very fast again. I'm going to see if we finish these liquidations. Because we are very close. Like, it's a dangerous spot for crypto. And if I look at Bitcoin on the 4 hour, and I don't care about chart, I want to look at RSI. It looks like we're also downtrending on this 4 hour. So I'm curious about the daily. Daily looks like it was trying to uptrend and then it started folding here. But we are shedding bearish momentum on the daily. Let's go back to liquidations. I think we have room to liquidate more positions for this Bitcoin right here. Let's see if these liquidations come down. Even though the DXY is also coming down at the same time Bitcoin is coming down, sometimes when that happens, the whole macro market's also coming down.
Yeah, this 20,000 Bitcoin support is more psychological than anything. I think it's not that strong.
So some bullish momentum is picking up here. Not too much bullish momentum. There's people longing and shorting right here at this price level, so it's actually at a very undecisive point. I think it's going to come down and liquidate. I don't think the buy block's ready. I think the sell block up here was good. Now we're down like over $100 from Bitcoin, and we're entering this liquidation. And here's something really dangerous for crypto traders. If the US dollar loses value and your Bitcoin loses value at the same time, it can become really dangerous. And if that happens for months at a time, people lose hope. I'm not saying that this is going to happen for months at a time where Bitcoin and the dollar loses value. But there is a situation where that happens if the world stops buying United States goods, services.
In times like that, maybe gold, oil, silver, those type of things might go up.
Not really. They have trouble going up as well. They would go up during like mass inflation.
Yeah, Bitcoin's about to test its support. That used to be resistance earlier, like 323 yesterday. That was the top of that little wick we got to 20,100-ish. Yeah, I'm on the sideline right now, just waiting patiently for position.
So
I think
here's what it
could
seems like.
retest ne-
This is what I'm seeing. It looks like the cash was pulled out of Bitcoin from when the DXY was going down and put into this S&P 500 future. They've grown significantly. Although on the hourly, been downtrending, so I could see right here on the short time frame why the S&P is trying to get these little uptrends, but S&P still didn't break the downtrend. S&P is actually very far from breaking the downtrend after that big gap down on August 26th.
It did break the speed of the downtrend, though, right? Like
It broke the speed. The momentum is lost.
So we're starting to see some signs of well, maybe not strength, but at least we saw a higher high on the very small time frames. So now, to me, if it puts in the low, below 39.65, and if it's able to come back above that low and all, it could be a long towards 40.50 maybe.
So here's the problem with Bitcoin. We hit right here, $20,000 exactly. That may give us a little bit of breakage from the downtrend, like slow down our downtrend. But right here, and it's not because I'm streaming on YouTube, there's not enough viewers, but after I drew the sell block right here, like, hey, this is probably the last chance for people to get out before it downtrends further. It's already down over $100 per Bitcoin, and it's moving very fast here. And now now the DXY is getting a little bit of uptrend.
For Bitcoin, I think 19,750 could be the support. Because come on, we're not gonna touch 20K and just pump, right? We're gonna have to break a bit below it.
We have already liquidated over $8 million within the last 1 hour. 8.1, almost 8.19 million.
Yeah, I agree with Zushi. There's support there, but I don't think that support's going to hold too long. Looking at we weren't able to make a higher high after we came out of this ditch. The previous high was up at 20,566 or maybe 20,570-ish. And after we got in the ditch, we came back out. The high we were able to make was only 20,485-ish. So there's a pretty big difference of in and out of the ditch, and we weren't able to clear that higher high. So I'm thinking once we test the support again, we've been hitting it too many times in that area. I think this time it might give. That's just my opinion, though.
Yeah, probably. Let's see if it reacts. How it reacts.
If we would have made a higher high coming out of the ditch, coming out of that little dump we had, then I would say, okay, we can maybe just kiss that little support you're talking about and fly right back up. But now, since I just think there's more sentiment of a bearish sentiment because we weren't able to make a higher high.
Yeah, it's bleeding very fast. Like, we're getting lots of sell volume. I think I'm gonna start trading at this time. Nighttime's not enough volume for me. Like this would be a good time. Like if I short it here, like easier to get profits faster. Whereas nighttime, like you're waiting like an hour for a trade like this much movement. I can watch my other indicators a little bit better too.
ETH
S&P's losing
dumping
gas.
that much for now.
So here's the thing about ETH. It has the big update coming, but I don't know. It's falling around the same rate as Bitcoin. Like this is huge volume. Like if I was trading at nighttime, I would be very happy with this type of volume. Like this is the same candle right here.
No, but it's still above 1520. It's still above 1450, whereas Bitcoin has broken those support resistances.
Yeah, but we're kind of running out of liquidation gas for ETH right here, but it could still fall another $30. And Bitcoin's still in the middle of this liquidation, so it could still drag ETH down a little bit. While all this is happening, Doge is suffering as well. We're seeing those liquidations for Doge. Same pattern. Doge is following Bitcoin down here as well. Yeah, Doge is also following Bitcoin, like getting some big candles. Oh, this is a great time for trading. Nighttime's pretty good slow movement if you're used to that, but this fast volume. And if you have a stop loss, like look, if people would have entered a long on Bitcoin and didn't have a stop loss, they would be panicking right now.
Kind of like the movements 7 o'clock in the morning. Thought about
Wow. Yep, still dipping. Like we're down $200 from the sell signal up here. And this 20,000 was a psychological support, but very easy to break that support. Yeah, we're already breaking the support because the macro market's coming down. Like S&P's coming down here. DXY is slowly getting a little bit of movement down as well. Like this has been constant sell pressure for Bitcoin since this block right here. $200 is a pretty big move for Bitcoin. That's a 200 divided by 20,000. That's 1% movement. If somebody's on 1% liquidation rate, they're using 100 times, so they liquidate. Like anybody that went long down here, liquidate. But the people that sold, they're good now. They can buy their Bitcoin at a cheaper rate, and they're just sitting on the sidelines watching.
shade, counting my money.
So we're going to lose some gas down here at 19,860. Unless there's a big market sell. I think more news that will come out about Mt. Gox Bitcoin, like when they start getting addresses to send out the Bitcoin, that's going to create another dip in the markets as well. Just having that rumor come out. It's not going to be a rumor, it's going to be confirmation. But oh, there's a news article that just came out. Russia halts gas flows to Europe via Nord Stream 1 for maintenance works. It's going to be suspended until September 3rd for maintenance.
Seen an article a few days ago about that, and they said that it really didn't need to go to maintenance, that they're just doing that to kind of stop the flow of gas going to Europe.
Maybe. That's how you start. You start by saying it's maintenance, and then when that time runs out.
If you look into it, it went to maintenance like a few months ago. Like I think 3 months ago, that's what they said, and it's going on to maintenance again.
Yeah, right when it starts getting chilly, make them realize how important that gas really is.
Drew, you don't know the secret yet? How to stay warm in America?
I use firewood.
Woo! It's cheap. It's out there.
Yeah, people like you just go online. You can go online. You can go to Craigslist and find firewood for free.
S&P's dropping pretty fast right here as well. All right, we've just hit over 20 million liquidations for the hourly so far, and we may be losing a little bit of gas down here. Look at Doge. Look how far Doge suffered because we had that liquidation block, and once you get inside those blocks, like it cascades. People don't spread out their liquidation levels. Like if I had a liquidation level down here, I would not be as scared. But if I'm in a liquidation like in the middle and there's people like right stacked on the side of me where if they get liquidate, I automatically get liquidate. It's not a good feeling. You don't want to be liquidation just because somebody's right there on top of you getting liquidated. Because they were irresponsible doing 100 times. we're still bleeding down. We broke the $20,000 psychological, and markets are coming down. Like, this is very bad news for the stock market too, with the like halting of the gas flow to Europe. Pretty bad.
I'm waiting for the lower low on the stock markets. I think that could be super.
And Zusi, your support on Bitcoin, it might bounce pretty nice off there.
Are we at it yet? already?
We're pretty close to it. At
Yeah, I don't know.
19,825-ish, right around there.
It's it's just I think there's a little bit more chance than 50-50, but I'd stop loss it really tight. If it bounces, it bounces. If it doesn't, well, it doesn't. Then there's no bullishness. But I'm already in that place, so I'm not gonna do anything anyway. So, but yeah, I took profits this time. Half.
Nice, congratulations.
So I think people are gonna start buying their Bitcoin right here at this block. I'm just gonna draw it on the screen real quick, and I'll do the one for Doge as well. Nice little block for you guys. I think people are buying their Doge right here. Yep, I think people are buying right here. I didn't get to do a sell block for Doge, but I did for Bitcoin. Doge generally followed Bitcoin. And I think we kind of ran out of gas for that downtrend. So here, enjoy this uptrend for just a little bit of time, YouTube. And if you enjoyed me mapping out these type of scenarios, hit that like button.
This uptrend might be short-lived, though.
Oh man, people 100 times shorting it right here, Zusi.
Alright, let me look. I downloaded that bookmap thingy. I'm trying to learn it.
Did you pay for it?
No, it's free. For crypto, it's free.
That's how they get you. They're like, oh, if crypto is free. So, yeah.
But, it doesn't really help because there's always big red bubbles at the bottom, which tells me, like, people selling the bottom. And there's always big green dots at the top, which tells me people are buying the top. But that's always what happens. So,
Well, here's what I'm
does
saying.
this help?
I'm using Binance, and they're showing me that the open interest increases at those levels. People borrow more money at those levels. But if I was just on the sidelines, if I didn't want to trade today, like if I could make one trade, it would probably be sell Bitcoin even at this price level and not get back in for a few days. Because the daily RSI and everything looks like it's downtrending. And every time you trade against the trend, you're at risk of getting stop lost, liquidations.
The weekly stochastic RSI is still high too.
How do these people on Twitter have hundreds of thousands of followers when they keep every day they tweet for people to buy Bitcoin every day, even when the price is 80,000 in the future, they're going to tweet for people to buy probably.
People love hopium. Smoke that hopium. They got
But
hopium
let's
dealers.
assume you bought here Bitcoin. The probability of being able to at least break even. No, okay, maybe we'll dump to 13K, 10K, whatever. But like the next top, it could be around this area, no? Like, so my point is, if you buy here, you should. I mean, you might have you might have a chance to get out at break even on the next leg up of Bitcoin, even if we dump to like 15K. The next leg up of Bitcoin should retest 20K, no?
My theory is things could get so bad that, crypto, and especially Bitcoin, is not like stocks. There's no company, it's not a security that's helping and developing things and forward. The Bitcoin Foundation only has so much power to do that. And these layer 2 solutions would not quite be cutting it and getting too much traction. So I'm thinking, a lot of people are thinking that crypto, it's got to come back up because they're used to stocks the way, after 10 years, okay, recovers. But Bitcoin, I have a theory that we might have just seen the big bull run up to 59 and the big bear run that leads to death of it.
Why do you sound quiet, Drew?
I don't know.
Let me see if it's my audio.
Now, you're not the first person that's been saying that. I gotta change my settings here. I'll be right back.
I think right here in this buy block, like this is a big spread down, like over $200 down for Bitcoin. And I noticed right here, guys, on YouTube, at this moment, like right here, after we wicked down right here to 1991, Bitcoin started getting a little bit more bullish moment. And we can see more bulls piling in. So Drew has a theory that that was our big bull run before, and that it's not going to hit that bull run again, possibly. I think that if people buy Bitcoin here and we don't hit a bull run for 3 years, they'll end up selling at the next big bottoms. That's my fear for those people. Especially if they borrowed money or leveraged their futures. There's just too much money to be made from liquidations right now that it's hard to get the price to go to the moon. And I think exchanges are figuring this out, and a lot of traders are figuring out. Like, look, if you're a trader with over $1 billion, you're going to make more liquidating people long and short rather than pushing Bitcoin to the moon. If you're Tyler or Cameron Winklevoss and you have all this data, you would make more money liquidating people rather than pushing Bitcoin to the moon. Like if you can read the charts like this, which they have the charts like this, they have better charts than I do, they would make way more money. Me as a retail trader, it's hard for me to liquidate people. I don't have that much capital on all these big blockchains like Bitcoin or ETH. I could go liquidate people on Luna Classic. I could go liquidate people on other blockchains if I really wanted to, if I was like mean. But people with like billions of dollars, they can cause mass liquidations even on Bitcoin. Because as we see here, our liquidations recently 1 hour is 27 million. We're going to look up here, liquidate some more of the shorts now. So it's very interesting. Yeah, there's price action. This was a nice $200 spread between the sell and the buy, YouTube. And we're still trying to hold around this 20,000 support, but I think it's interesting. Both Bitcoin and the DXY are trading together at the same formation currently. And that was because Bitcoin just entered a liquidation block. And the 20K is like a weird number. 20K is a weird support number. The S&P started to come down too. So if the S&P is coming down, maybe people pull money out of stocks and put it into cryptocurrency. Elon tweeted 2 minutes ago about rockets. They're aiming for 100 flights this year for their SpaceX. See how Doge is doing since the buy block. Doge is outside the buy block. It actually worked up pretty. Like, scalping Doge, probably a little bit more profitable than Bitcoin. But Bitcoin's a little bit more stable for the older traders. They're used to it. These Vitalik Buterin memes are getting a little bit funny now.
Yeah, Vitalik went long.
I understand the joke now. There's Elon Musk is very active on Twitter. Like, he's replying to a lot of things. The last thing he replied to was a meme that says Elon Musk is not a lunatic back in 2003, and then 2022 Elon Musk is the world's richest person. He's probably not the world's richest person, like if you count people that have giant armies and wealth under those armies, but he's pretty wealthy compared to like the average American. The buy block was early, but it was worthwhile. People are in profit. If they don't want to hold here, they can sell. But I think we're gonna slowly get more momentum up because we don't have as much resistance now after that big sell down. Less people are selling, less sell pressure opens up the gates for more room for Bitcoin to run up here. This was a nice block right here, and if you guys don't know, it's a little bit confusing with this big green. These are liquidation blocks. Let me delete all the liquidation blocks. I can map it out with the lines right now, and I'll draw the blocks when I'm looking at other charts. But the difference between the buy and the sell, that's almost more than $200, like $280, and then now we're already up over $70 from the buy. So this is basically one reason why people scalp. They buy, sell, and then eventually they accumulate more of the coin that they like. I like Doge, I like Bitcoin, I like ETH. So I would scalp all three and try to accumulate all three. And then the one that I think will rise the most, depending on time frame, I would put most of the capital there. For example, if I think ETH was going to do the most gains after the merger, I would try to get as much Ethereum as I could before the merger. I think Doge is going to get Elon tweet or something. I'd probably stack a lot of Doge and then hope for Elon tweet to have a big settlement there. If I think Bitcoin is going to get some large buy from an institution, I would spread that around the altcoins and then maybe do half of the bag into Bitcoin. When large institutions come in and buy Bitcoin, it takes so much more money to raise the price value up because the market cap's already so high. That's one thing that a lot of these Bitcoin maxis ignore. I mean, there's not infinite cash, these types of investment. And a lot of institutions don't want to come in and invest. So YouTube said some of the words are cutting out every 2 seconds. Basically, there's too much money already inside of Bitcoin to push the market cap significantly. And honestly, like, retail wants to put money where they can make it grow the fastest. And a lot of retail investors not going to go to Bitcoin. It's already over 20,000 and the market cap's too high. They want to find something under $1 billion market cap. They want to find something under 10 billion market cap. It's a lot easier to move something like Dogecoin or Matic than it is to move Bitcoin. I got to see which filter is making the audio go out. Let me check real quick. Okay. Okay, the audio is fine on your end. All right, no problem. While this is happening, DXY is starting a big downtrend here as well. We did $27 million worth of liquidation so far. And I may come back and start covering the Bed Bath & Beyond chart as well, because we did get the news about their loan and details about their plan for a turnaround. And it is a little bit bullish for the company, even though they are laying off a lot of people and stuff, because this is potential room for a turnaround. But there's also giant risk as well associated with Bed Bath & Beyond. And one thing to consider, if there's like $1 billion spread in market cap evaluation for a company after retail pump up a stock, then the corporation also has to buy more insurance as well. So it's another thing to consider. This guy tweeted, it's funny. He said, strategic plan for Bed Bath & Beyond. Get rid of the 20% coupon you mail me daily. It's so 1980s. Hire in marketing company that works in the year 2022. It's not rocket science. You have the facility and the merchandise. That's hilarious. But the big thing about Bed Bath and I'll talk about after I go get my drink. I'll be right back. Like, it's definitely wanting to dedicate at least a good 5 to 10 minutes about Bed Bath & Beyond. And we're watching Bitcoin from this last uptrend right here, and see if we get this momentum. We have to break $20,140. If we break $20,140 and hold, then it's going to look good for Bitcoin. If we don't break it, then retail is going to start dumping. So I'm going to draw this line here. If we break this line, great. If we don't break this line, we get rejected at this line, retail will probably start dumping. So give me a minute. I'm going to go get my drink and everything.
When you panic sell in profit, is it a panic sell?
Nope.
Okay, I panic sold my bit long in profit.
Congratulations. Profit, profit, profit.
Yeah, wait for the next moves if I give it back or not, and then you can congratulate me. Yeah, because now that I feel that I panic sold, I might get back in and lose
Ah.
it. I guess
I'm in
that's
on DOGE, watching it closely.
revenge trading with the profits.
Well, take 10% of that profit and put it aside.
Well, no. No, the point is to grow the portfolio, not.
Well, no, put it aside until you're very sure on a short trade. Not that trade that you're already thinking you're going to lose it because you're revenge trading.
Right.
Or 50%.
But it can't be revenge trading if it's profits.
Yeah, but if you're going with that mentality, are you saying, like, joking, like, oh, I'm probably going to lose this? Probably not too sure of the next trade.
I'm sure BitUSD has an A, B, C, higher high. I could stay short from 587. Well, for now, we're catching support, and this could continue to blow to the upside. But eventually, if it dumps below 587, yeah, I don't want to hold the long on it.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning. Good morning. I'll be right back.
Well, looks like a battle for 20k again, around number, I forgot, 17, somewhere there.
Good morning. Good morning.
Good morning, sir.
Okay, so it looks like we are very up above the buy block so far, $100 so far. And while this is happening, DXY is having trouble. It's trying to come up here. And let's see, did we break above this line? And we didn't break above it. We're kind of getting rejection here, but if we break above, good. All right, we just broke above the line there, YouTube. This is very good. Sorry, I'm trying to cook some salmon for breakfast real quick. And currently we just broke above that 20,138. So the buy block here is actually very profitable so far, and Doge buy block by far looking very good. It's almost a full retest from that dip down. And if we look over here at Bitcoin from the sell, we still have a little bit of ways to go, but I think we're going to be able to make it. We are shedding that resistance and climbing, and we're going to start liquidating the shorts up here. So the upswing could be massive. The upswing potential of Bitcoin could be massive right here. And I'll be right back. Sorry, I'm cooking, and then I promise I'll get to the Bed Bath and Beyond. Hey, what's up?
Even though that sweet potato looks like a salmon, it's not a salmon.
Okay, but with imagination, we just got the golden cross on the 1 minute for Doge, also for Bitcoin. Our def cross was up here at 20,300, and we broke this resistance. Already had this resistance mapped out. I'll be right back, Rob.
Am I wrong, guys? No?
Yes, hasn't broken yet the parallel downward. Maybe it will up from here. But I'm still waiting for the low.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, men and women, he's and she's, they and theirs, I am back. The S&P was getting a little bit of pumpity right here while Bitcoin was on this climb as well, and the DXY was dropping down. Now, this is a tough little block to get gas, so a lot of retail probably just going to be like, hey, we're having trouble getting that gas, and they're going to sell their Bitcoin. Just theoretically, so I'll draw this sell block right here and see how this all plays out. So I have my salmon and I have my sandwich. So you guys want to see my salmon and my sandwich? Here you go. Got a nice piece of salmon and a sandwich. You look a little bit closer. It looks very delicious, doesn't it, Rob? Yummy cereal.
I wish I could see your salmon there, Tame, but I'm at work.
So my salmon is just sweet potato cut and diced in the shape of a salmon. It's actually sweet potato, not salmon.
All right, I gotta see this.
Looks better than a watermelon.
One says cat food. And then my sandwich is just a sweet potato queso sandwich. And we'll see how Bitcoin goes right here. Bitcoin could still get some momentum up here, though. Could refill this whole gap. Let me know when you're watching, Rob. When you're watching, I'll switch over to the sandwich. I want to watch this Bitcoin real quick.
That looks delicious.
It looks delicious. It is.
That looks good.
We're going to see if retail takes profit. You want to eat?
No.
We're getting a bullish momentum. I think the signal to sell, though, some people would wait for the full retest. They would wait for this line for full retest. But if we don't get this full retest, then it's going to be very hard for Bitcoin to get any sort of momentum. It's very possible it wicks up past the retest. So another $200, but this would have been a huge scalp for somebody right here. From selling here, buying here. Selling here was very late though. They wait for like a long term for the downtrend. And even though we're still parabolic SAR uptrend, we are getting some signals that like, hey, we are losing gas. And our total liquidation so far for the past hours, $27,460,000 for these liquidations. And then if we look at DOGE, DOGE did the run up as well. DOGE is a little bit different than Bitcoin in the last candle, but it's also similar pattern. So we're gonna see if DOGE will retest all the way before the dump, and let's see if DOGE gets a nice double top all the way up here. If we get a double top up here for DOGE, it could keep running. And here's the thing. When Bitcoin starts reversing from a downtrend, if some people are holding Bitcoin, they automatically just swap it for the other pair. So they'll swap their Bitcoin for something like DOGE, and then I'll watch DOGE run up. And then they set their stop loss. Because there's so many different Bitcoin trading pairs in the crypto world, you have Ethereum trading pairs. We're going to see if we break above this resistance at $20,220 and can continue that upwards momentum. The S&P was trying to uptrend or get a halt in the downtrend, but it's still having trouble there. By the way, if you are a executive out there, if you're looking for a job, Bed Bath & Beyond is looking for a new CEO. So if you're out there, if you have the skills, if you have the talent to turn around a failing corporation, they are hiring. They also fired the chief operating officer, and you have any type of experience and want to go apply, go ahead.
Hey, Tame, I just drove my wife home. I only got a few minutes. I missed what you were saying about Bed Bath & Beyond. I got a couple grand to play with. Is it a go or a no-go?
So we have a new ingredient in the Bed Bath & Beyond squeeze. First thing I want to note is that they're going to sell 12 million shares or issue 12 million shares, and that may be the next catalyst for a good buy. And after I posted in Discord, we had a nice spike up in the morning. But here's the thing: if you're not on Webull, these apps, you have a hard time getting an advantage. Like I try to tell people all the time, get off Robinhood, get off Robinhood. Everybody on Robinhood definitely missed the play for Bed Bath & Beyond when it pumped up the other morning. They couldn't get in at a good entry time, and they couldn't get, like, they got in after it's already up $14. So they couldn't get in and get out. And right here for the issuing 12 million shares, I think it's going to be very good entry after they issue and dump the shares on the market. I think that's the next big entry if you're looking at Bed Bath & Beyond.
All right, cool. Thank you.
You're welcome. Yeah, the last buy signal for Bed Bath & Beyond was $10.27, super early pre-market. And then it started running up in the pre-market on very low volume to $13.87. And that's, I sent the signal out like 3:51 in the morning. But the thing is, if people weren't awake to look at the profits on the downtrend in the morning, then they missed all sorts of profits. I'll show you Bed Bath & Beyond real quick though on YouTube. This is Bed Bath & Beyond. It's a stock, and let's just go over this real quick. All right, so let's see here. My Discord. So this was on August 30th, technically. A little bit weird. It's like August. Why is it on the 5 minutes like this? Why does it say August 29th on the charts though? Oh, because the chart was from the 29th chart data. All right, so in Discord, I put this chart right here. Talking about Bed Bath & Beyond. And I took the screenshot at 3:51 a.m. Eastern time zone, and the price was at $13.87. And is around the time that Bed Bath & Beyond was kind of uptrending. And this was a very low time frame chart. I think it's like a 1 minute chart. So we're going to get the chart lined up to that data, just so I can get the exact candles. When you do the 1 minute chart, it's a little bit hard for stocks to find the right candles, find the right spots. But I'm going to go back. It's this is going to be a chart from the 29th. Or very early in the morning, 29th. The candle pattern there is very, very easy to recognize once I find it back on the chart. I just got to go all the way back on the 29th. And I think I'm going to start pinning historical on the charts as well. So I'm wondering, I should have put what time frame this chart was on. Was it by $10? All right, so it's not right here. Is it right here? Oh, here we are. Here we are. Boom, 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 boom. All right, $10. Oh. A little bit weird. Let me put it on the 5 minutes. So this is chart data from the 29th. I'm trying to find the chart that I have as well. All right, I think this is the candle right here. Definitely looks different on the chart pattern right here because I had it zoomed in. I'm gonna bring up my chart on Bed Bath & Beyond on the screen too. Alright, so here's the chart for Bed Bath & Beyond. We noticed on 29th, we had this big run up on the rumor that Bed Bath & Beyond was gonna get the loan. And we had this news for the past 7 days that they're gonna secure a loan. And we saw Bed Bath & Beyond go up to like $14.80 and do the retest down. Like this was a big dip down to like $13. And then right here in the very early pre-markets, I was able to get a screenshot up on the Discord, and the price was around $13.87. And I was able to get that screenshot, $13.87, after the big downtrend, and like, okay, this is great. And after the markets opened on the 30th, like, cause this was very early pre-market on the 30th, boom, Bed Bath & Beyond just ran. Even went as high as $15.30. So I'm gonna draw the block where people could have took profit from $13.87. So anywhere above $13.87 right here until right here, people had opportunity to make profits. And the only problem is they could have only entered this share if they were on like a real brokerage that allow you to buy pre-market. If you're on Robinhood, it's not a real brokerage that allows you to buy that early pre-market at 3:51 a.m. in the morning when Tametheark gives you a signal. It's not going to be on there. So if you're using Robinhood, it's not going to work for you. But all this block right here, and let's see how much time people had to take profit. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35, 40, 45, 50, 55, 60. So they had a few hours to take profits after buying in the early pre-market. And once we see a downtrend as well, like even at a downtrend, that's $14.65. So almost $1 profit per stock for the people that could get in and get out. And this is very beautiful. Very beautiful to see these big dollar movements up on news articles like this. But now look, this is where we're at now for Bed Bath & Beyond. People are thinking about buying. Our moving average has dropped significantly, and we also have rumor that they secured a loan. Now, the bearish thing is that they may issue 12 million shares to raise additional funds, and this would dilute the stock, cause the price to dip even further. So some people may start thinking about buying here after that falling knife pattern and it start uptrending, because if we regain that falling knife, it could be another $2 to $3 per share. I'm still bullish on Bed Bath & Beyond on the aspect that it will squeeze, but for the purchase, you have to pick the best times to purchase if you want to maximize your profit. You don't want to pull a Michael Saylor. If you think it's going to go to $30, you don't want to buy at 25. Like, it's not going to get your profits. So Jay Lynn says Robinhood now has trading before open and after close, same as Webull. Are you sure, Jay Lynn, they offer you trading at 4:30 a.m.? Does anybody know? Can anybody confirm that you can buy Robinhood stock at 4:30 a.m.? Let me check. Let me check real quick. No, the earliest pre-market's at 7 to 9:30 a.m. Let's see, pre-market hours, 7 to 9:30 a.m. Yeah, so if you're on Robinhood, you still could not have done this play. It would have been very hard to do this play. And there's a debate here if people want to buy their Bed Bath & Beyond at this $9.70. There's a big head and shoulders that we had here. And they want to see if this continues down, but we hit a double bottom, and even went below double bottom at 840. And it gave us that bullish momentum from this double bottom down here for Bed Bath & Beyond. Let's see. After I moved the microphone, it's a little bit hard to type. So, from a technical standpoint, Bed Bath & Beyond looks good from a technical. But if you know they're going to be able to issue 12 million shares and dump it on the market, I mean, it's about the same amount that Ryan Cohen dumped on the market. About the same amounts. It could cause a big drop in the market. And then people always react to that news as well. They're like, oh, they issued 12 million shares. Let's see how far it drops. But yeah, Webull's definitely way better than Robinhood. Like, there's no dispute. If you could get in at 4:30 in the morning before the price goes up drastically, you would rather do that, right? You don't want to wait on the sidelines until 7 o'clock in the morning, and then you got to go by Robinhood's channels as well. You don't want to do that garbage. You got to go through Robinhood's order book. You're going to get screwed. So we're going to see if Bitcoin breaks this resistance up here and then starts to another liquidation chain. The price is currently about $60 above where the last group of retail investors started selling off Bitcoin. And looks like some more purchases have come in since then. Keeps us inside this gap range here for Bitcoin. Now the DXY is starting an uptrend as well. Finally, DXY is getting a little more steady uptrend on the 5 minutes, and been uptrending for about 15 minutes. And to put that in perspective, it's about when DOGE. So the same amount of time that DOGE has been uptrending, the DXY is uptrending. So if both the US dollar and Bitcoin are both uptrending, then the market's good for crypto. So we're going to see if we're going to break this resistance for Bitcoin. And this would be the resistance of finishing the reversal from the downtrend. This is one trader strategy that they use. They will try to use this confirmation. Some think it wicks up just a little bit above. And that's if you get a bullish engulfing candle at the very bottom down there. We didn't really get a big bullish engulfing candle down there. So we're going to see if we can break above here. Did anybody get a nice long on Bitcoin after it did that big dip down, or any of the other altcoins?
No, but I even panic sold in profit.
Oh, you panic sold near the bottom there?
No, I'm joking. No, some stop losses got triggered though, yeah.
Okay. Doge is very far away from here. I mean,
Doge is holding 6 cents pretty nicely for now.
Yeah. If we get rejected at this support, do you think Bitcoin is going to come back down and in this range of sideways trading?
Probably.
Because once we start sideways
it looks like
trading,
a diamond, no? When you're on the 4 hour, doesn't it look a bit like a diamond pattern?
Oh, yeah. If we start sideways trading, that's when I want to look a little bit deeper into Bed Bath & Beyond for people out there. TradingView also tweeted about the DTC 19 hours ago. Someone commented that the DTC Elliot wave's completed. Someone says double top needs some rest. Another user says stuck between breaking new highs and big retracements. It looks like we got rejected up here. We didn't break. We hit the resistance, we touched the line, hit the resistance, and it immediately has rejection for Bitcoin right here. Now, I already drew the sell block, so I can't do a multiple sell block. I have to do another buy block before for my trading strategy. But some people, like, here's the thing. You could not sell a bunch of Bitcoin at this price level. If you put on the volume that was actually sold per price, it's hard to see how much. I think it's very possible we're going to be in this sideways pattern and potentially we're in for a slowish downtrend for Bitcoin. And I know my sell indicator is going to pop in if we start downtrending right here on that rejection. I mean, we hit the exponential moving average. This is what we wanted to see, hit that exponential gapped a little bit above, but now we had resistance at that level right before we dropped down. What's happening, everyone trading out there? I hope you guys are trading very well today and are maximizing your gains. So for the past 24 hours, we have over $216 million worth of liquidations. The biggest, largest single liquidation order happened on Bitcoin today, and it was a value of $2 million. That was for one single order. I think we're coming down, ladies and gentlemen. Put on your seatbelts, get ready for the flight to descend, and put your trays away. We are definitely... Alright, so my sell signal did come in a little bit late here. My sell signal came in around the same price that I mentioned that retail traders were taking profit up here earlier. And it stems from the fact that we received rejection up here on this resistance. Now, DOGE is probably going to come down as well. So I'll give the confirmation, like DOGE has that confirmation that it's coming down. It's a pretty big gap up from the buy to the sell here for a lot of retail investors, though, if they were spot trading. ETH is actually getting that big rejection here as well. And everything's kind of following Bitcoin. I don't really see a big liquidation train, but I do see a lot of money that can be grabbed from Bitcoin right here, well over $10 to $20 million. So, look, they're going to go for the money. They're going to go where the money's at. And in terms of the uptrend, we didn't break the uptrend yet, technically. Oh no, this broke the uptrend. This is the moment we broke the uptrend right here, this candle too. So not only did we get the rejection here, we also broke the uptrend. So, looking very bad. Nice little angle here as well. And this is our Bitcoin trading pair. Remember earlier when I started the stream, because I started a little bit late this morning, first thing I noticed was a lot of sell pressure, and I mentioned that's probably a good spot for retail investors to take profit up here. A few candles later, we started noticing a downtrend, and from a macro level, the whole market kind of started coming down a little bit too. So as crypto market's coming down, we kind of found a little bit of support here. People were buying up the crypto. Bitcoin was about $280 cheaper down here. They were buying it up. And then as we started this nice steady uptrend, I noticed some retail investors were taking profits here. And as we got closer to the resistance up here, more and more people started taking profits. Our sell volume started picking up. And we also broke the uptrend. So at this moment in time, let me draw this on the chart. Broke. All right, so we broke the uptrend. So we broke uptrend and we hit resistance. And that price was at 20,220. All right, and this is our situation that we're looking at for Bitcoin here. And now we're starting our way down. We're gonna come down, and Bitcoin's gonna start liquidating a lot of these long positions, up to over $20 million worth of capital could be liquidated in the markets within the next 60 minutes. So that's not bad. That's like $3 million per minute. That means $3 million per minute is going to be lost by traders who took wrong positions, and $3 million is going to be rewarded per minute to traders who took the right positions. And currently this liquidation level is giving about $3 million per minute to the bear side. So the bears are definitely picking up a little bit of capital here. Now the bulls picked up a lot of capital along the way here. Now it's turn for the bears to pick up some of that capital in the markets. And this is proof that market doesn't only go up or only go down. It will go up, down, up, down, up, down. Even if it steadily has a trend line to go up on a macro level, there will be down levels as well.
I was gonna say they could also both win or both lose. Depending on how much pain they can handle.
Yep. But they don't both win and lose at the same time. That's the thing. It's
right.
It's rare in crypto for them to lose at the exact same moment in time. And look, there's a lot of pigs out there. A lot of pigs in crypto. I tell you, I don't even know how 100 times is on these platforms, but there's a lot of pigs. Pigs eat, they win money. But eventually the pig goes to the slaughterhouse. All muddy and dirty. They have to clean it off, wash away its sins before they can cook it up, and the bulls and bears eat that pig.
Yeah. Well, I feel a bit like a pig then.
If you're using 100 times, you're a pig.
Nah, 10, 15.
A 100 times cannot... It doesn't matter if you're right or wrong. 100 times, you're a pig. I need somebody to change my mind on that.
I guess it depends on the coin, no? Because 100x on Bitcoin isn't as crazy as 100x on, say, DOGE.
So right here, this is 100 times liquidation right here. The price goes down 1% or even like 0.85%. Some of these 100 times get liquidated depending on how much capital they put in. It's pretty crazy to think about. But all right, I agree. You can change my mind. As long as you set like a nice tight stop loss. Like, look, if people use 100 times on, you have to use it on very big levels. You can't use it like in the middle. Like, if you're already in the middle here, you can't use 100 times. If somebody said like, hey, like if somebody drew my line out earlier, like I thought we would get rejection here. They're like, okay, hey, I'm gonna put $100 at 100 times. If we get rejection here, it won't even come close to my stop loss, and I'll automatically be in a profit. So boom, they entered trade 100 times. And I see this on the chart here. People entered 100 times. Some came in a little bit late, but I see over like $2 million. So this $2 million at 100 times, because it's 2 million, so it's like really like I guess it's like 2720. It's not too much, but it's a lot of money. This grows every 1% we go down. So if we go 1% down here, those people make significant profits. But if you're 100 times, like even on KuCoin and Binance, there's not even one person that entered 100 times at a really good spot and was able to keep that position open for like the last few months. And you can look at the charts on there, see people top ranking. They're not 100 times holding for a few months. Because here's the thing about 100 times. Even if somebody 100 times shorted their Bitcoin right here, and we went down, they didn't take profit, we came back up to their exact entry, and possibly at risk of their liquidation, it stumped them out of the trade. So there are going to be people that try it. I think that's like the holy grail of crypto, trying to get a nice 100 times position before, like at a good entry, and ride that for like a few months. Can you imagine 100 times climbing up to like on a long? You want to do it on a long, not a short, because the potential for a long to go up is infinite. Say Bitcoin goes down to $8,000 again, and you have people like have 100 times there, and it never goes below 8,000. Their orders fill, and they can hold that till the next all-time high. They would make so much money. It looks like we're getting a little bit of bites right here for Bitcoin. Let's see. Do you think it's a dead cat bounce though? So we didn't break the downtrend yet, technically. This is just giving us data to map out the downtrend. So this is 90 degrees. 91, 92, 93, 94, 95. Like, it's a little bit more than 90 degrees for sure. This could be uptrending a little bit here for some Bitcoins. DXY is uptrending a little bit as well. These are a lot of buys for Bitcoin as the pigs are stepping forward. Did you guys hear about the margin call exemption from COVID? Is that legit or fake? We'll see if this is a dead cat bounce. It's hard to see if it's a dead cat bounce until after. But this looks like a nice like few minutes of steady uptrend buying potential for Bitcoin right here. What do you think? People are going to start buying it up again? Let's see how DOGE is doing. We're at this undecided area. Oh, it looks like ETH. ETH is probably pulling up Bitcoin right here. ETH has the more volume. Alright, so I think right here people are going to start buying their Bitcoin back a little bit around the same price that they sold on the last sell. Alright, so I'll draw this nice big fat green block. So it's around the same price level, and it's technically a little bit higher. Technically a little bit higher right here. We broke the downtrend. Definitely broke the downtrend right here on this candle. It's good that happens though. It's more frequent trades. It's good for the trading bots when this happens. Speaking about trading bots, let me check my trading bot. The Bitcoin bot hasn't really made as much profit so far. Still around the same profit. Because my bot is, it's just dollar cost averaging bot. It's just doing mostly buys, so it's not selling as much. But sometimes it will sell. And sometimes it will sell. So right now it's just dollar cost averaging. DXY is still trying to uptrend, but it's very slow here. Yeah, actually price just went under the buy block right here. Price could come down lower. A lot of bullish sentiment did start picking up right here for Bitcoin. We still have this resistance that we will have to break above as well, and we're very close to that resistance. One says the DXY is bleeding. It's not really bleeding on the time frame I'm watching. After we got that news about the Russian pipeline came out again, the DXY kind of reacted positively to it. Mission abort, mission abort. People are going to sell at a little bit of a loss here, probably. The trading strategy that I'm working on, it looks pretty good, but there are some losses along the way. Nice little loss right here. Notice how they had to sell a little bit lower. Definitely need to fine-tune this strategy a little bit further. Bed Bath & Beyond. Let's analyze it on the hourly real quick after this. If we liquidate right here, we'll go into the Bed Bath & Beyond chart. I want to see Bitcoin liquidate these longs right here. And it's just so much money that can be grabbed right here. So much cash that can be grabbed right here. Unless they pile in.
I drew 30 ABCs on this structure.
30?
Yeah, around there. I'm looking like at the double 3 combination on the 1 minute. I'm half joking, by the way.
You're what?
You know, Elliot wave corrective structures, and it's ABC down, ABC
Right.
up, ABC down, and then triangle.
Yeah.
Well, maybe we're in the triangle part for SMP.
Okay, I got confused for a second. I was looking at your chart, thought that was Bitcoin, but it's S&P 500. I was like, what? This doesn't look anything like my chart.
No, it's SMP in a 1 minute, 5 minute.
Wait. So I see your ABC at the beginning. Is there like ABC? Is there an A inside that C at the very bottom?
Which one, man? There's ABCs all over the place.
The very first letter C.
This one?
That's A, B, C. Is there an A and a C right there together?
So we have downtrend here, uptrend, downtrend. In this downtrend, there is no ABC inside the C.
What letter is that? I can't see the letter.
It's a C.
Why
Well,
does it look
it's
like
the
two
C.
letters?
It's the C of this ABC, but
And
it's
it's the A
B.
of the new one.
I'm not sure actually. Wait, no, it's the B of the A of the big bearish ABC because I have two scenarios. It's this one. So yeah, right. A, B, C down.
That's a big dip down.
Yeah.
I had to do a mission abort on my chart. Like, people had to sell at a loss right here for Bitcoin. Retail investors took that. Because we're getting so close to these liquidations, when we get these liquidations, that's another $80 off their Bitcoin. Imagine you're selling a new car to somebody for $20,000. And you could sell it before the bird shits on the car and it drops $80 in value. Or you could hold it and then you have to clean off the car to get it worth that value again before you sell it. He's not looking at the Elliot wave for crypto, Emmanuel Rodriguez. He's looking at the Elliot wave for his S&P. He already has it drawed out on his chart. And basically he's waiting for the price to go lower. Now, here's what I don't understand for your Elliot wave. Did you accidentally draw one too many lines?
Yeah, possibly. No, I mean, I want to see a lower low to go long, but it's not giving it to me, so now I'm trying to find an entry higher, I guess. And just think, you guys got me bullish. Well, I'm always bullish anyway.
You're bullish on S&P?
I'm not no, I'm not trading S&P. It's just that if this thing does a corrective structure here and starts going up, you know, it will go up the whole planet actually.
Look at
except
DOGE.
China and Russia, maybe.
DOGE is bleeding down.
As long as it's above 6 cents, it's worried for DOGE.
So I mentioned that I want to go over Bed Bath & Beyond after we hit this liquidation block for Bitcoin. Let's watch right here, because this is a lot of cash. This is a lot of cash that could be liquidated for Bitcoin right here. It's a lot of cash that could be liquidated. It's very dangerous. Like, in my experience with crypto, like, if you're this close to liquidations, the closer you are to those liquidations, like, if it's room to gap down, like, you enter here, you have a risk of your position being dropped. Some people like to go in after the liquidations are over, so they have a little bit less stress. And there's people out there that just enter regardless. They don't check a chart or anything. Michael Sailor. Oh, is S&P 500 future is getting a little bit uptrend now. Big candle too. S&P 500, the E-mini futures has been uptrending on the 5 minutes for 5, 10, 15, 20, about 1 hour. May even get a golden cross for that S&P 500 E-mini futures. This is a very nice angle up. Oh man, what is our president doing? He tweeted 20 hours ago that he's determined to ban assault weapons in the country. He said he did it once before, and he says we will do it again. Wow. Anytime a president talks about taking any type of weapon away, like, not good for the Americans. Americans don't like that generally. Because the moment that a government talks about taking away weapons, people are going to give thousands of examples of what happens when countries take away weapons and show what kind of power governments have. They'll start saying like, oh, look at Chinese. Look what happened to Chinese after the governments took their weapons.
Same. So in Brazil, they banned firearms for the regular people, but all the bad guys, they all had guns.
Right.
So the population didn't do anything. And the new president that's there now, the one that Bolsonaro, he just he approved people to get their guns back.
Yeah, because you can't do anything against gangs or a government.
You can't, and they like these gangs. They have like fire, like really, really high end like weapons, even weapons from the military. Like these guys are crazy there, And like a normal person, they would only have like a pistol or something. So it's better to have at least a pistol than nothing, stuff.
Like when we have groups of men going around, 20 people robbing people on the streets, you probably need an assault weapon. A pistol is not going to help you. And if those people have guns as well, you definitely need a bigger weapon to defend yourself.
But I don't think they're going to manage to ban weapons here in America because Americans are extremely proud of their weapons, and I don't think anyone's going to take them.
He wants to ban assault weapons, but here's the thing. Here's the thing. If you get a military grade gun, it's not really like the best guns out there either. Not the best material. These things don't last as long as some of these like private manufactured guns. And anytime president talks about banning guns, like let's just check the chart real quick. Let's see if Smith & Wesson. Let's just see if their stock went up or down. I think it goes up every time they talk about banning guns. Oh, it's been coming down drastically since the 18th. Oh, this is the hourly chart. Let's check it on the short time frame because he did it 20 hours ago. Wow. It came down after he talked about banning this time. That's crazy. Why has this stock been coming down since oh, because it's up so much, that's why. It's still more than double the price almost since 2020. Jesus. Smith & Wesson. Look at this.
Yeah, I'm happy. My gun hasn't assaulted anybody, so I'm happy about that.
Jesus Christ. Like, this is Smith & Wesson, and every time, like, sometimes we get these big events that cause the price to skyrocket on these stocks. So people are asking the president to define assault weapons. You have to define like what an assault weapon is as well.
Yeah, because they made up that name. You know that, right?
Yeah, because it's they think that like an AR is an assault weapon. Some of these people think it's assault weapon.
Yeah, you know what that bullet was designed for, right? It was to injure somebody, so the other person would have to help them. So it's a two-person bullet. It's not designed to actually kill.
A 22, it goes inside a person's skulls. It doesn't leave their skull. And it's like a much cheaper weapon as well.
Well, it's a NATO round. They kept it small.
Like, you can get a BB gun to do like 1,000 rounds per minute if you really modify it enough.
Yeah, there's BB guns that'll take down deer. You can buy a fully automatic BB gun, and it's completely legal in the United States, and it will kill a human. So how is that good? They're pretty cool. What did Smith & Wesson do? Did they dip during 20 hours ago?
It dipped. Smith & Wesson has been dipping on the weekly ever since the sell signal at $27 per share. I guarantee we get a Republican in office in the White House. That would be a big catalyst for this stock. But ironically enough, when Barack Obama was president too, if you look back at Smith & Wesson chart, like people were so afraid the government was going to take away their guns, and COVID pandemic triggered a lot of people going out buying guns as well. I was trying to buy some more guns here in my state, and they were sold out. At one point, all the ammo was sold out, all the firearms was sold out. So anytime you have big catalyst events like that, people go out, they don't just buy toilet paper, they'll go buy more guns. You have people out there 30 guns, they'll be like, oh, I need to buy more guns.
That's what I did in Bullish.
Talking about guns and stocks, there is this ticker symbol in the class exchange called NOC, and it's like a Northrop Grumman. With the Russia and Ukraine situation, the ammunition stockpile of the different armies are running not low, but they're getting very depleted. And it seems like this NOC situation in the stock market has been going up because it supply guns and stuff to all of these major. So that could be something to look for. Northrop Grumman, and NOC is the ticker symbol in the regular exchange.
Just FYI, Kronos just announced that you can do the Kronos name now instead of like .eth. You can do a Kronos now. Yep, through crypto.com, Kronos ID is now available.
Let's see what happens to their crypto. Doesn't help their crypto at all. Looks like a fucking rug pull. Yeah, Kronos doesn't look good. I'm not gonna get. Would you get a .Kronos name, Rob? Do you think it's worth it?
I'm looking into it right now.
Like, I barely got a .eth, but
I'm here laughing. Kronos sounds like the angrier cousin of Thanos.
$9.90 for the name.
People may buy like big names and then try to resell them. But me personally, I would not buy Tametheark.co. Like, it doesn't make sense. I don't use their platform. They're not as recognized as Ethereum. It's not a blockchain that I would really want to store data on. So we're very far away from this liquidation block, but I think we're still going to hit it. Let's go into the Bed Bath & Beyond chart. And let's start from this chart, pretending we don't know anything about it. So let's look at the weekly chart. Just think that we don't know anything about the chart. On a weekly, let's look at a pattern. All right, so it looks like we hit a nice double bottom. Let's see what, first thing I notice is a nice big double bottom on the weekly. And what is this double bottom price at? Well, it is around $3.91. Okay. So we have a double bottom on Bed Bath & Beyond at $3.91. Current price is still trading $9.40. It's pretty high, almost $5 more. So we see a nice double bottom. Generally after those double bottoms, we're very bullish, and this almost completes the head and shoulder pattern as well. We did invalidate that head and shoulder pattern on that last squeeze with the Ryan Cohen. But let's just erase that. Let's pretend that never happened. If that never happened, then we could say that, hey, look, we're about to complete the head and shoulders. And people, generally, after you complete head and shoulders, they either enter or they just walk away. But most people want to enter on the head and shoulders. So got this. It's a weird head and shoulders, but it's a head and shoulders regardless. And then there are people that did enter. That's also why the price pumped. They waited for that head and shoulders, entered around that $4 range, and then boom, huge profits, right? That happened. So we see that head and shoulders pattern complete. And on the weekly, it looks like people are waiting for it to possibly retrace back down. We do have some news come out that we will acknowledge, but let's just look a little bit deeper in the pattern. What's something else I noticed here? Okay. Well, thanks to Ryan Cohen, we had this huge volume spike. Now, it's not all by volume, but the rumor came out way before this that Ryan Cohen was buying Bed Bath & Beyond for a long time now. And then we get this big volume spike. So this was our biggest daily candle on August 15th. Ironically, that's the same day the price started downtrending as well. And we've already downtrended 66% from the top there. So we have this double bottom. We finished a head and shoulders. The price already ran. So people that found Bed Bath & Beyond before, it's like a nice gold mine. Been watching it. It's a nice gold mine. And here's the thing about Bed Bath & Beyond. People learned about Ryan Cohen buying the stock well before we had that double bottom at $3.91. And it just goes to show that even if you're bullish on the stock, you could probably still get a cheaper rate. So keeping that in mind, a lot of retail traders are probably not buying the Bed Bath & Beyond at this price level. And if you look at the sell volume, last week it was 325 million, and most of that was like sell pressure. Large amounts of sell pressure. So people weren't buying up at higher prices, they were actually buying at lower prices. And if we look over here, another trend I want to acknowledge, we're going to look at this golden line. This gold line is the exponential moving average, and it's been coming down ever since September 2021. It's been coming down, and even with the spikes up, it hasn't really uptrended that much. We're going to go daily, and then we'll see the exponential moving average move a little bit further. But here's the thing I'm noticing right now. So I'm going to take off the candles. And I need to hide the candles real quick. Let me see. Let's hide everything. So we're going to hide the drawings, and we're going to look at the indicators. This is the weekly chart, keep in mind, and it's a little bit hard to see, so I'm going to right click. I want to try to see the Williams alligator for you guys a little bit better. You have to hide the bars a little bit too. I thought you could just hide it up here. Alright, so I'm taking off the bars. I'm going to hide my sell signal, golden cross. They are. Let's hide the moving average. No, let's keep moving average. Alright, so this is the only thing we're seeing right now, the Williams alligator. And Williams alligator is able to predict these trends. So it looks like right here, starting back right here, this was a moment in time in 2015, Bed Bath & Beyond started downtrending, and the Williams alligator actually started downtrending very hard on the weekly. And there were some weeks we get a little bit pump up. But right here, is this going to be one more of those weeks of a little pump up after this big disruptions after Bed Bath & Beyond went to $30? Well, on the weekly, it looks like we're trying to uptrend on the Williams alligator. So right here, it looks like we may possibly be uptrending, possibly, but it's not a strong uptrend, definitely. So let's bring it to a daily, see if there's a little bit stronger uptrend on a daily. We were uptrending on a daily, uptrending until we start this downtrend again. People took profits a little bit early, so I think Williams alligator is still technically going to downtrend. So it's not looking good for Williams alligator for Bed Bath & Beyond. Shows that we're downtrending. And it's very well possible we could retest this double bottom again on Bed Bath & Beyond, especially since they're going to issue 12 million more shares, and that would dilute the market. 12 million shares is a lot of money. So we're just looking at the Williams Alligator right here. It's a very sharp upcline. If it flips over, it climbs up again though, because we don't really have much news coming out. Maybe some other investors will get into the stock trying to squeeze it after September rolls around. And let's check the exponential moving average real quick. It's going to be this nice big golden line. So exponential moving average, interesting enough, since 2015, it has slowly been coming down on a daily. And this is like years ago, exponential moving average has been steadily coming down until boom, COVID. And then boom, we start this nice uptrend for Bed Bath & Beyond. So imagine this. People's been shorting the stock for years. And as they continue to short stock, it's just going to eventually start a big rally uptrend, because eventually they're going to have to cover these positions. And last time we had a big movement for Bed Bath & Beyond, it was on the uptrend. We were uptrending for years. Back when Tametheark was a little baby, that's when Bed Bath & Beyond started its journey uptrending. And exponential moving average has been climbing for years. Then we started getting a little bit of faltering here. And when we got this faltering, we had a nice little downtrend. But even after that downtrend for a few years, I mean, this is like, you start getting faltering like this, people take profits, because look, could you imagine holding the stock? Holding the stock, yes, it runs up, and then boom, it goes downtrend for a few years. But on the daily, we noticed that like we had a big downtrend back in 2015. Ironically enough, like in 2008, housing market crashed. That's definitely when it started coming down very hard. But now, we've been coming down for almost 8 years of consecutive downtrending on the exponential moving average for Bed Bath & Beyond. And then boom, we get shaken up this year. We get shaken up uptrending. So, usually on this signal, people start saying, hey, maybe we will buy into it. Maybe something is going to happen. Maybe this company is finally willing to do the right thing and turn around. So they're not going to buy on the first shakeup. Like, they're not going to buy it when it goes $30. They're going to let it come back down a little bit. And definitely if it hits this double bottom, we had double bottom on Bed Bath & Beyond. I guarantee a lot of retail investors will probably FOMO in this time. A lot of people got lucky. They got to hit the double bottom after Ryan Cohen was already in the company. So they were able to get that double bottom and get in. Some people wait for confirmation. So on the daily, it does look like Bed Bath & Beyond starting to shake things up here. And at this moment in time, like this is when that Williams Alligator and everything start turning around. So it may be uptrending. If I look closer on the 4-hour chart for Bed Bath & Beyond, we can see like, obviously on April 5th, we started the downtrend again on the Williams Alligator. And to put this in perspective with the Williams Alligator, let's put the candles on here. So I'm going to put the candles real quick. Let's put the bodies and the wicks, just so we can see the map out a little bit better. And keep in mind, this is Bed Bath & Beyond. Notice how the Williams Alligator right here, when we're at the double bottom, near the double bottom, the alligator's jaw is not really open really far, like the mouth is shut. So people are accumulating right here. People are accumulating when the mouth is shut right here. After it swings up and swings back down, they accumulate right here. Nice big accumulation at around $4.90. And FOMO sets in. And then we also have news. And then it pumps. It pumps drastically. And then after it pumps, it goes up to like $30 and some change and starts coming back down. Now, we have some of the big players already got in and got out of Bed Bath & Beyond. They took profits. We had a nice little run up again on rumors that they would have good news. Well, the news came out. It was good news. But they slid a piece of bad news in there talking about selling 12 million shares. So the market was like, oh, dump it, dump it, dump it. They're going to sell 12 million shares. Supply increasing, get out, get out. So people got out. We hit the short-term double bottom on the 4-hour chart back from August 23rd. But the trend is still downtrend. You see these Heikin-Ashi candles, very flat top red. And there's no clear sign of an uptrend yet for Bed Bath & Beyond. So overall, I think people are waiting to re-enter again for Bed Bath & Beyond. But overall, the things they're doing could turn the company around. And that's the important thing. From the last scalp that I put in Discord for Bed Bath & Beyond, like, people had a good entry. I didn't walk them through exact exit for that trade, but good entry. Like, they could have taken profit for hours after entering. Now, if they would have entered like 7 hours after that call, that would have been a bad thing to do. Ooh. Yeah, let's go look at Bitcoin real quick. Bitcoin's still making its way down towards this liquidation block, and there's still been no buys after. This definitely gives us a better map out area of the downtrend. It's at a lower angle than the uptrend, and that means people are just selling it a little bit slower than they bought. Eventually, when they sell it, it could still retrace down at least 50% of the way. I'm expecting at least a 50% retrace from the top up here. So to put that in perspective, let's just say 20,200 times 0.99. So it could go at least to 19,998. And if we go there, we'll look down a little bit lower. But I think at least 19,988. We can see Bitcoin drop to that point. Here we are. We're entering this liquidation block. We are starting to liquidate the longs. The capital is bleeding from the bulls and heading to the bears. How are you doing, Michael? I'm a duck. What's happening today?
There's more buys than sells on the order book at the moment, I think.
At certain price levels, yes. But
no, but this is zoomed in on like, you know, $50 up or down.
Yeah.
It's like,
well, that's the thing. The trading bots and stuff not going to do exact $50 price levels. They're going to even do like half a cent price level difference on stuff like Bitcoin.
These bubble charts are funny though.
Here's the thing about Bitcoin. There's a API that people have developed, and it's so that people that are wanting to trade on these exchanges, they can still trade, but their order will not show up in the order book. The moment we hit those prices, it starts aggressively buying at those prices. If the orders doesn't fill, it's remove it right away too. Wow, 3 hours ago. Who saw this one? 5,000 Bitcoin was transferred from Zapo to Coinbase. 5,000, that's a big transfer. $100 million. Did Bitcoin start coming down 3 hours ago? 1, 2, 3, yes. How did I not see this? I was watching a chart. We've been live streaming for about 2 hours. I've only been on for 2 hours, but I came in the middle of the downturn. Someone asked, is it a face tattoo? Yes. It's a little bit faded though. So we're watching Bitcoin in this downturn right here. You want to look at Dogecoin chart? Let's look at Dogecoin chart. Getting a lot of sell pressure right here because Doge is also getting this liquidation block. Notice after the last sell block for Doge how far we've come down already. A pretty significant downturn. Like from the last sell block for Doge and then self signal, we've came down significantly, liquidating some of these longs. Someone says, do you think AI created Bitcoin? Probably not, considered there was a lot of real people working on Bitcoin we had a lot of evidence that real people were working on Bitcoin, communicating and working on the upgrades. So don't think AI created Bitcoin. You go back historically, we can see that real human beings were working on it. They were getting feedback. They were sending coins back and forth. But it's possible for AI to program something similar to Bitcoin or even better in the future. I'll be right back in a minute. You guys can enjoy watching these liquidations come down though for Bitcoin. Let's yep. I'll be right back in a minute. So it appears we've touched the liquidation block. We entered a little bit into the liquidation block, and some more bullish sentiments start picking up here, just a little bit. Technically, the DXY is still uptrending, but we're going to watch this a little bit further, try to get more confirmations on what's happening here. Wow, a lot of Bitcoin was moved earlier today. So it does look like parabolic SAR is getting a little bit of uptrend here. We did create this nice little gap. Let's just see if retail investors, if they're buying their Bitcoin right up here. Gotta draw this green. All right, so the price right now is around 20,000. It's still a little bit above the support. 20,035. So retail investors were starting to buy Bitcoin a little bit more up here. And let's see if this, how far this reversal goes. Let's make this look very nice and formatted. So. I don't know why I got an S right there. Retail buying at 20,000. And let's draw this line out. Okay. Let's do another line as well. The retail is buying right here. Retail is buying right here, right at the brink of those liquidations, helping to hold up the price of Bitcoin. And while this is happening, the DXY is probably going to get a little bit of sell pressure. Well, it's not really something I sell, but there we go. Look at that, YouTube. This is why we're here watching this stream. Look at that. Ow. Bitcoin automatically doing a major pump right here. Wow.
No, my short. No, I'm joking. I tried something on KDA, but it's not gonna work.
You didn't try a short at the bottom, did you?
Well, kinda. No. No, I took two shorts earlier. One on BIT USD, but I'm still bullish on it because I still hold the coins. It's on Invest Perpetual, so. And another one on KDA, which is about to lose. Touches 1.6. I'm out.
Did get into Bed Bath and Beyond. I bought 200 shares about at noon.
What time did you buy your shares? After or before the news came out?
I bought it afterwards. I think it was around noon. I asked you a question around 10 at 12, and I take the train into work and bought it on the train. Put a couple grand into it. Let's see what happens. I think I paid like $9.60 something for it.
Okay, so when you bought, you didn't wait for the downtrend to stop going, though. That's the that. I think if you wait a little bit longer, like that 12 million shares, it's gonna hurt. It's gonna hurt, especially the price already down here. And ironically enough, it's gonna cause more of those people that were on margin to get liquidate. So I think after the shares are issued and dumped on the market, that's when people really want to go a little bit deeper into Bed Bath & Beyond.
Yeah, I agree with you totally, but I have no patience at all, and I think I'm still going to make out okay.
Man, people will chart anything.
Walter, you from Brooklyn?
No, actually, I'm from Philadelphia. I'm here working now, but I got a place in North Carolina too, not too far from Tame.
Oh, cool.
This is a nice, beautiful uptrend. People say Luna Classic's up a lot. Luna Classic's like gambling. I shorted it the other night on live stream and made like 60% profit, but it's risky. Risky. There are people out there trying to pump Luna Classic, and they may be successful at their pump. When we broke the uptrend the other day, like I drew it out. I had a video on it. We broke the uptrend. It started dipping, and it dipped very hard from the uptrend as well. Then we broke that downtrend. After we broke the downtrend, it only pumped a little bit sideways and then started slowly staircasing upwards. For overall though, like the big uptrend for Luna Classic, like after that last cycle, definitely gave us a little bit more of a chart. Like next time we have to break under like 1600 for Luna Classic to break the big uptrend. But yeah, Bitcoin's getting a lot of buys here after retail started buying. Did you buy the stock or did you buy options for Bed Bath & Beyond, Walt? Did you buy the stock or options? Because I still think some people are holding options for January 2023.
No, I bought the stock. I'm on TD Ameritrade, and like I said, I put $2,000 into it. It came out to like 206 shares, something like that.
I'm gonna ask what liquidation indicator I'm using. You go to indicators, type liquidation. Liquidation levels by mlapplications.com. So we noticed like retail started buying here $20,035 right after I drew this block. And we have like large numbers of buys, like over 500 for this candle, 138, 107, 146. Like this is a nice little push up. Some people would even take profits here, but I think it's going to ride a little bit longer. Definitely gave us some room away from those liquidations, and for Doge as well. ETH is pumping again.
Yeah.
Hey, Tim, can I ask Walt something real quick? Hey, Walt, what is your exit on Bed Bath Beyond? Like, if it pops, if it doubles, you're out, or are you just going to hold it?
No, I'm not. I don't get too greedy. I mean, if it hits around 15, 16, I'm gone.
Oh, you're gone, right? Okay.
Yeah, this is just pure. I have a little like cash set aside, like $5,000 to just, basically, excuse my language, but fuck around with.
Yeah, play around. Yeah. Yeah, watch out. He's live on YouTube.
I'm at work right now. I'm here till 10 o'clock, and it's really fun. I like listening to you guys.
Yeah. I'm working from home, so I'm like in here too.
I'll pull up on the YouTube for you guys real quick. This is straight from the SEC articles, and then we'll come back and look over the Bitcoin. But this is for the Form S3 that Bed Bath & Beyond filed. They filed it, and we're gonna go down and look through this real quick. This is directly from the officers. And this is what Bed Bath & Beyond says, common stock. We may offer, issue, and sell shares of our common stock from time to time. These securities may be offered together or separately and in one or more series, if any, in amounts at prices and on other terms to be determined at the time of the offering and described in any accompanying process supplement. Let's look. So they're going to issue BBBY, that's their stock ticker. And we go down a little bit deeper. Let's look at the number one risk factor. Risk factors. Investing in the offered securities involve risk. Before deciding to invest in our securities, you should carefully consider the discussion of risk and uncertainties under the heading Risk Factors, contained in any applicable prospectus supplement and in the documents that are incorporated by reference in this prospectus. See the section entitled Where Can You Find More Information Incorporation by Reference in this prospectus. And we'll look over those risks in a little bit. Got the official buy signal for Bitcoin a little bit late, but while this is happening, the DXY is also pumping. DXY get a little bit of pump here. Like this is good for the markets total overall. Like ETH, Doge, Bitcoin, all three climbing a little bit. So let's go over this filing a little bit deeper.
I think SMP is helping crypto pump. Well, DXY, not really, no.
It could. They could both pump or dump at the same time, depending on how the macro market is doing. So authorized capital shares. Under the certificate of incorporation, Bed Bath & Beyond capital stock consists of 900 million shares of common stock and 1 million shares of preferred stock. Common stock holders of common stock are entitled to 1 vote for each share held on all matters submitted to a vote of shareholders and do not have cumulative voting rights. Holders of common stock are entitled to receive ratably such dividends, if any, as may be declared by the company's board of directors or the board out of funds legally available therefore and subject to any preferential dividend rights of any then outstanding preferred stock. And this is what it says right here. The board has the authority, subject to certain restrictions, without further shareholder approval, to issue at any time and from time to time up to 1 million shares of preferred stock in one or more series. Each such series shall have such number of shares, designations, preference, voting powers, qualifications, and special or relative rights up or privileges as shall be determined by the board. Okay? And we go down a little bit deeper. We want to see their plan of distribution. Let me see if they actually have it in here. 12. Nope, they don't have it in here. I can't search it. I got to go down a little bit deeper to get the exact date. They have the looking forward statements as well. They talk about all the things that should consider when looking forward. Bitcoin's still climbing up here. We're going to liquidate some shorts. Let's go back to Bed Bath & Beyond. Here's the factors you should consider before investing in Bed Bath & Beyond. General economic conditions, including the recent supply chain disruptions, labor shortage, wage pressure, rising inflation, and the ongoing military conflict between Russia and Ukraine. Challenges related to our relationships with our suppliers, including the failure of our suppliers to supply us with the necessary volume and type of products. The impact of cost-saving measures, our inability to generate sufficient cash to service all of our indebtedness, or our ability to access additional capital. Changes to our credit rating or the terms on which vendors or others will provide us credit. The impact of strategic changes, including the reaction of customers to such changes. A challenging overall macroeconomic environment and a highly competitive retail environment. Risk associated with the ongoing COVID-19 pandemic and the governmental responses to it, including its impacts across our business on demand and operations, as well as on the operations of our suppliers and other business partners, and the effectiveness of our governmental actions and governmental actions taken in response to this risk. There's also changing consumer preference, spending habits, and demographics. Demographics and other macroeconomic factors that may impact the level of spending for the types of merchandise sold by us. Challenges in executing our omni-channel and transformation strategy, including our ability to establish and profitably maintain the appropriate mix of digital and physical presence in the markets we serve. Going back to Bitcoin, it's starting to get a little bit of sell pressure right here. We are getting a little bit of gas taken out of the tank. Just a little bit. It did not break the uptrend yet that we are experiencing, though. Did not break our uptrend, but it will help us define the uptrend just a little bit here. And let's make this that nice, not pink. That's weird. So we're still technically uptrending here. We did wake up, get closer to those liquidations. We did pass that exponential moving average on the short time frame. I think Bitcoin's still technically uptrending here. let's go back to looking at some of the risk associated with Bed Bath & Beyond. Our ability to successfully execute our store fleet optimization strategies, including our ability to achieve anticipated cost savings and to not exceed anticipated cost. Our ability to execute on any additional strategic transactions and realize the benefits of any acquisitions, partnerships, investments, or divestitures. Disruption to our information technology systems, including but not limited to security breaches of systems, protecting consumer and employee information or other types of cybercrimes or cybersecurity attacks. Damage to our reputation in any aspect of our operations, the cost of labor, merchandise, logistical cost, and other costs and expenses. Potential supply chain disruption due to trade restrictions or otherwise, and other factors such as natural disasters, pandemics, political instability, labor disturbance, product recalls, financial or operational instability of suppliers or carriers, inflation and the related increase in cost of materials, labors, and other costs. Last but not least, we go down a little bit deeper on this page. Inefficient management of relationships and dependencies on third-party service providers. And they still have more things to talk about. Right here, this is a big one. Volatility in the price of our common stock and its effect, and the effect of other factors on our capital allocation strategy.
Hey Tim, could I ask you to look at another stock?
Sure.
It's Palantir. You probably heard about it.
Yeah, I've heard about it. Let me draw this little sell block right here. I think we are breaking this uptrend for Bitcoin and losing a little bit of this gas right here. And the price is $20,120. You know what would be interesting if I made this red and if I made this like green? So you want to look over Palantir. I'll look over it real quick. We're looking at Bitcoin right now. It does look like sell pressure has been building after we received rejection from that exponential moving average. And if we look a little bit deeper back, that exponential moving average has been slowly downtrending for Bitcoin. I'll come back to Bitcoin in a few minutes, but I was able to map out this little downtrend that we are seeing here with confirmation. Discord member wants to look over Palantir stock, and I'm gonna go over Palantir real quick. What's the stock ticker? Is it PLTR still? Yeah.
Yes.
So let's look at Palantir on the 4-hour. I see like a mountain beside me. I see like a mountain of red to my left. Let's investigate right here. Wow. Look at this big mountain of red. This is our 4-hour chart. Since April, this thing has been dropping drastically. And now's not the time for these big stocks to be investing large amounts of capitals when you have supply chain issues across the world. First thing to think about. If I look at this thing on the weekly chart, it did more than a full retrace, which is from IPO. That's not good. Like from IPO, we retraced before that, so it's almost like all that sell pressure. The weekly chart doesn't look good. It's definitely begs the question, what went wrong right here? And before some people think about getting a good deal, they want to investigate and be like, hey, why did the price go down? Because we're already down like almost 80% from the last time we had the first parabolic SAR uptrend on the weekly. So what happened with this stock to make it downtrend for Palantir Technologies? Do you know any of the fundamentals behind it that caused it to just continue this big downtrend? Because I had a sell block for Palantir last time I was helping people map it out. I'll put it on the daily for you.
So the CEO is not a good representation of the company, at least when he's talking to the press. And also, like when they are talking about the numbers and the growth of the company, they don't take in consideration that from time to time the contracts that they get go down. So like before the IPO, they were in the high demand time, and now they are in the low demand time, and they didn't say anything about it, and they know about these details. So like now it seems fair price, but like I have a position. I have more than 100 shares at 10.50 now. I have been averaging down. But to be honest, I'm just gonna wait a little pump, and I just wanna come out and get my money back.
Okay. So I'm gonna go over the weekly real quick. On this chart, I had a big sell signal at $25 for Palantir. This was around the time I went over it live for somebody on YouTube before. Big sell block at 25, and currently we're at $7. And it came down very hard from that sell block, like really no buys until like $13. And currently at Palantir, I guess maybe on a daily, like we still see this sell pressure. And let me switch this daily to the hourly just to see what we're looking at here. We're still downtrending. Actually downtrending a lot more since August 16th. So the rate of downtrend, people thought that it was slowing, right? But it picked up that momentum again for the downtrend. So half of 7's 350. Put that in perspective. So it's getting easier and easier to drop half the price value for Palantir. And technically on the hourly, it's still downtrending. All the indicators are pointing at this thing downtrending. And then right here, the MACD, although it's not a really powerful MACD indicator, it's also downtrending as well. So we're losing that last bit of bullish momentum that we gained. And that bullish momentum was from their announcement with a partnership with Beckett Collectibles. Even though we had that big announcement right here. We had this announcement, and even when we had this announcement come out, like it's still not even helping the stock pump up right here. This guy has a funny tweet. Let me move my camera real quick. This guy right here says, right now, even if Palantir made contract with aliens, the price wouldn't move. He said contact, but I'll say contract. It's hilarious. But yeah, even with these big contracts, like the stock is still having trouble getting that momentum. And you can see, even when the news came out, like stock's been coming down. Ever since market opened today, like, yeah, we had a big pump up. People bought that news. But then we're already down like 20 cents from that news. And 0.2 divided by 7.9. That's like over 2.5% drop. So that news didn't really give us that support that we needed. People kind of got baited into buying that news, and the price just started coming down. So on a macroeconomic level, these are not the type of stocks people want to buy. Even though the price is much lower than the IPO data, like people keep thinking about the upswing potential.
Honest, I don't think I can get more than $12 for this stock, to be honest.
Hey, Tim, is there short interest in that? Like hedge fund shorting, kind of like GME? Do you know anything?
It's a little bit different, but we can check.
Oh, all right.
So currently for today's range, let's see. So here's another problem with Palantir. I think I see why their stock price dropped very hard. Along the way, they were doing very bad.
Right.
They made some bad deals or something happened, because right now the number of outstanding shares is over 2 billion.
Okay.
And the current short volume is only 116.9 million shares.
Okay. All right. Thanks, Tim.
So it's not that much. So the short percent of float is only like 6.84%. And even today, our trading volume is not even a million shares for trading volume. Like it says it's 634,000, and let's check the daily volume so far just to confirm on TradingView. It says 16.47 million. What? Oh, the average trading volume though. Average trading volume is like 40.89 million. Maybe this was updated. Oh yeah, this was old. This was last recorded August 15th. Go back August 15th and look at the trading volume. That's weird. Why would they have the trading volume so low when they write this report? Did they write it like in the first minute of trading?
Yeah, I would think that would be live on the daily. That should be that doesn't make sense.
I was getting this data from Market Beat, and we can already see the daily volumes like very high, like millions of shares on TradingView. So maybe their short interest ratio is a little bit skewed as well.
Oh, okay.
Because look, here's the thing. It says today's volume versus average is negative 98.45%. These guys messed up. I'm going to email them. They definitely, they should hire somebody else to do that tracking, because you can't.
Yeah.
You can't do that, market analyst. Let me tag them. Like, this is wrong.
Could you give me enough financial advice of how to get out of my Palantir position without a loss?
Well, you should have entered a hedge against it before thinking about that. Like, what would have been a good hedge against Palantir?
So just
betting that the economy is going to go down, right? You would have shorted. You would have shorted the SPY. You would have bought puts on the SPY the same time you bought Palantir. But Palantir, like,
yeah, you could do that. Yeah, you could get puts on the SPY like Tim's saying, and then that'll hedge you.
But here's the thing: he's waiting until the very bottom. We're already at the very bottom for Palantir right here. This is like buying Bitcoin at the top. We're already at the top. This is like selling Bitcoin at the bottom as well.
Yeah, if it right, Tim.
He doesn't know if it's going to pump.
Yeah, exactly. Good point. Yeah. If it pops, you're gonna miss it if you get out, man. Unless you have a stop, unless you have a level on Palantir where you said to yourself, okay, if it goes there, I'm out. You know?
Well, right now I have like 100 shares at 10.50, so it's not like that much far from where we are. I think I could sell it for $11-12 easy, but it's gonna be maybe a few months.
Yeah, there's two things you could do. You could hedge, like Tim said. You could dollar cost average lower, or you could get out, or you can hold it. Like, there's a few different options, you know?
Just because, like, I don't think I can hold this because all those YouTubers, they talk about it like they know it, and I don't know, man. Those guys, I think they're all scammers.
Right.
It's just I lost faith in the company. You know what I mean? But yeah, I think I'm just gonna keep averaging down and hope that.
Well, don't. I would say, they're not giving any advice, but I think Tim would agree. Maybe, let's say, I would say, right, Tim, don't keep buying. Right? I mean, how low can you keep buying, Tim, on this? Right, Tim? If you bought at 7 and it goes to 5, you buy at 5. I don't know.
I'm not gonna buy just because the price drops, though.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying, right, Tim? I mean,
people do options for this stock, though. But here's the problem. So to answer your question, what's the lowest it could go? Well, when are they going to stop issuing stocks? When are they going to stop issuing stocks? We're already up to over billion of shares. What's happening?
Yeah, that's too many shares. That's true. Good point.
So there's a no ending cycle if they keep going with this stuff.
Well, they can only short so much. I recommend you search Twitter. Let's do that together. We'll get on Twitter real quick. I'm gonna search Palantir. So we're gonna search the ticker Palantir. All right, so let's see here. 13 hours ago, this guy says Palantir is now currently trading at just 6 times forward revenue. The upside potential is astounding next few years. Like, what's the longest you've held a stock for? Let me go with that question.
Less than a year, like I would say in the past 6 months.
That's the longest you've ever held a stock in your life?
Oh no! Oh, sorry. No. I held like the longest, like I would say a year. Usually, I try to, I'm not saying I'm doing this all the time, but I try to market like just find the bottom, and then if it keeps dipping, I just buy more, and then when it's coming back up, I keep selling, until my bag is fully empty. I kind of like to do like long-term trading. It's not like, oh, I'm gonna jump out like today. You know what I mean?
Yo, hey, Tame, take a look on Tip Rank. You ever use Tip Rank? I don't know how reliable it is, Tame, but they're saying it's a hold. The analysts on Tip Rank, so it's a hold at 10. A lowest price target they have is 6, but they could be wrong. But that's what they're saying.
But you got to check who's behind these sites and where.
Yeah. It's a bunch of analysts,
their motivation.
Right?
Well, a bunch of analysts. You expect a bunch of analysts to just analyze and not trade?
Yeah. I know.
Or work for somebody trading, somebody shorting or longing, or
exactly. Yeah. 6. They're saying 6 is the lowest they see it going, but I don't know.
I mean, it's not too far from where I'm buying now. I just bought like today, like I spent $200 on it. So I wouldn't mind buying more just to get my average down. I ideally I want my average to be lower than $10. So
I don't think Tame, that stock had any positive earnings. I got to check on. I don't think they've ever generated any. Maybe they had one positive quarter. I don't know. I got to look.
Palantir?
Yeah.
And that's the problem, like Lucid Motor as well. That's why Lucid started dropping. Like I told people, like the big catalyst that's going to turn the company around when they actually have that production going. And then Tesla just set one of the biggest milestones out of any corporation in America. Like it started the mass production of the electric cars. No company's done that before, and Tesla hit it. So, sorry, I'm watching Bitcoin dip from that last sell block up there. Just trying to help these crypto traders on YouTube as well. But one moment. Like, so a number of years. What's the sorry, I misunderstood you earlier. What's the longest you've ever held a stock in your life?
Like a year. I wouldn't.
1 year.
I just don't. Like I make money doing all this stuff, so this is like play money for me. So but I don't like to hold it for more than a year.
What's the longest relationship you've ever had?
Oh, I'm married for 5 years.
Okay.
No, man, I'm not unstable, but like I'm a bad trader. Definitely the past when I really started like doing shit like 420 when DOGE went up. After that, man, I made great mistakes and it was bad, So now, if you look at our conversation, you will see what's going on, And then pretty much now I kind of got smart, I would say, like when I see things, I get like when it's going down, it's when I buy. When it's going up, it's when I sell. That's how I feel it, And usually when I'm feeling the FOMO sensation, when the candles are green, it's when I know I have to not buy it. So I really try to control my emotions to not buy in the wrong time, and sell in the wrong time as well. So right now I see it's not a selling time; it's a buying time, But I'm just asking because you guys are great on the TA. So if you could, maybe tell me like, oh, it could go to 5. So I can kind of plan myself for the next few months how I'm gonna exit my position. I could try to exit little by little, or I could, exit in full and don't get a loss. You know what I mean? Like, no, I don't go really crazy on this.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Hey, Tim, I take that back. They did have positive quarters. The last 3 have been red.
Yeah, exactly. So it's red because the
COVID
the
and the
last 3
lockdowns
quarters were
and
red.
supply chain issues.
And not just that, but their demand, how they get the job, just went down. And they knew this, but they didn't really explain it in the meetings. And like when you go and search for the information, it's not there. and now it's a low demand time. But as soon as they get more contracts, that it will happen. Like they will probably jump. But like I'm not going to be greedy and be like, oh, I'm going to sell at $30. If it gets to $15 or $20, maybe by the ending of my bag will be around like $18, $20. You know what I mean?
Right.
Well, I don't want to drag it on because I know Tam wants to look at Bitcoin, but
Yeah, there's definitely room for it to drop by. What's stopping it from getting that sell pressure? Just because we're at the bottom doesn't mean people won't sell.
Yeah, and you only have, what do you have, 100? He has 100 shares, right, Tam? 100 shares you got?
Yeah, 101, something like that.
So what's the good thing that they have coming for them? Do they have anything great that will actually give them that revenue, give them that profits?
Well, if the demand come back up, naturally they're making more money, and every quarter they're gonna report, positive numbers. So that naturally will increase.
Are they all? Wait. Who said they're going to report? You can't say they're going to report positive numbers every quarter.
If they, if they have more.
No,
demand,
not if. I don't want to know if. I want to know an exact catalyst that is going to, like 100%. You know that it's going to happen 100%.
Man, I don't know. Just like by the way how the company works and what the job they do, they always like if things get worse and worse with China and Russia, they're gonna find ways of getting more and more contracts. Especially if the CEO, he just maybe they change the spokesperson, and they try to explain better like what they do and how they can help improve the country and the other places. Like I think they could grow a lot, but I don't know. Just right now, they're not a young company. They are out there for so many years, but they, it's just sometimes when you come off choose everybody not really ready, and that's what I see in the CEO. He's not like when he speaks, like he's different than the other CEOs. He doesn't speak well at all.
Okay.
But like in the long term, like really long term, if you have a company that people really work and they try their best, like you will grow, and if it's a good like company, they have a good technology, like naturally, like I don't know if you invest in Tesla, but like if they keep up, they're gonna get a big market, a part of the market, and then Palantir is just like that. They have like they
some people are in YouTube chat
offer it's special.
Some people in YouTube chat are suggesting you buy puts on the stock to hedge your bet as well.
Yeah, so that's what I'm not really good with puts, but should I like, I will put a put to like
if you're not good with it, definitely don't do it. Like if you're not good, don't do it because you're probably not going to be watching it. Are you going to be watching this 8 hours per day?
No.
The whole market open. Yeah, don't do it then. You're going to miss the opportunity.
Yeah, I'm like,
okay. I want to add that Palantir seems to be a company that have to do with algorithms that maximize efficiency for any business. That means where can you save money? They save you as much money as possible in a crazy way that their consumers seems to be surprised at how much money they could save. And where they can make money, they maximize that winning in ways that it seems to surprise their customer. We're talking about 10 to 100 times better performance just by dealing with their algorithms. And in another note, what you see in Carl's, I think his name have to do with like Carl something. That's a man infected by the algorithm. He only care about data. He don't care about your feelings. He don't care about absolutely anybody or anything. He only care about the data that he's processing. He's already so intrinsic with that AI that's why he's behaving. His behavior is a bit weird because his mind is in the AI world and cause and effect, not the pitiful feelings of us human beings in his mind, though, in his mind. So I think that makes him a good CEO for that company because he's getting lost in the business, which is good. But anyway.
He speaks out to the media, they look down on him and bad. And, like, how the media controls information and they help, pump or dump the stock. So pretty much that's how I feel. That's why I'm like, maybe a new spokesperson. But like, he's excellent. Like, he's passionate about his job. That's why I'm like, it could go up a lot, but it's not like I'm hoping and, You know, I don't know. I don't care too much that it will pump or not. I just want to make some profit, to be honest.
Bitcoin just bled through all those liquidations.
Yeah,
But
just
yeah,
remember,
until you get something concrete though, because everything you're telling me, like, it's all opinion based. There's nothing concrete. You tell me they get a government contract. Sure, that's something concrete. But you say you like the guy or his style. No, that's not concrete.
Yeah, problem is, Tim, like you're about to say, the market's dropping right now.
Yeah, so I saved a lot of people up here. They were able to do a nice scalp on Bitcoin if they wanted to, and then I watched and then saw all these liquidations. And while this is happening, the DXY is like climbing. And do you know what's interesting about this? I'm not trying to encourage you guys FOMO, definitely not. But look at Luna Classic chart while this is happening. Look at the chart right here in the 5 minutes. Luna Classic just got another big pump. I'm talking about like a giant pump. This is over 20% pump in just a few minutes.
Damn.
It's kind of bearish news, no?
Don't touch it.
And then look, while Bitcoin is dipping, let's see how fast they retrace.
You know, when shitcoins pump.
So look, it did a 20% pump right here, and immediately after, like a 15% drop from the top there. Like, these are liquidation numbers.
That on hey Tim, is that on KuCoin? What is that on?
Yeah, it's on KuCoin, it's on futures, and there's been a group that's been trying to pump Luna Classic for like a few weeks now.
Right.
And after the last network upgrade of Luna Classic, like I told people, it doesn't take too much money to pump it.
One more question, Tim. Who's the guy behind this one? The Luna Classic. Who's behind it? Is it the same guy?
Do Kwon. Yeah, Do Kwon,
Yeah.
the guy that
Do Kwon.
Do Kwon.
Do Kwon.
Yeah, do.
Same guy, right? All right.
But look, I have a theory. Imagine if there's so many people, like, look, I shorted it from 86, right? And I traded it a few times under $1. I traded it a few times. I got very lucky. It was gambling, in my opinion. I even shorted it the other night. I earned 60% shorting this the other night on live stream. But the thing is, like, imagine there's still people trying to short this thing while it's already under a penny. Like, I don't like to short stuff under a penny. If it's under 1 cent, your maximum gain, like shorting it, is very little. Because if it goes from here even to 0.0000000, like that many zeros, you still don't have that much potential of gains. So people are shorting it. I want to see how bad this retest is for this Luna Classic. So I'm going to come back and look. We already have the sell signal here for Luna Classic. But man, look at this. Like it's ignoring the relative strength index and everything. My indicator's finally working for Luna Classic though. Like for the buy came in at 16599. The sell came in at 1914. So it's a 30% spread between this last buy and sell. I need to go through and map a bunch of charts because I don't want to give away the code for this indicator. I don't want to give away the code for this indicator. I give away code, some guy's just going to start selling it. And yeah, I lose that edge that I have, the competitive edge. Because trading really like a war between traders, the longs versus shorts, entries versus exits. All right, I'm at a dilemma here. Is a retail investor going to go back in, and are they going to buy up crypto right here?
Retail investors are shook right now. They don't know right from left.
Retail investors are going to buy right here for Bitcoin. And let's see how well the retail investors are doing. And I'm going to draw I'll draw one for Doge as well. It's not the best entry, but retail traders are going to do it. This is Doge. And we're going to see how, like, retail investors, they already started buying, Drew. And let's see how well they do.
Yeah, majority's shook, though.
Oh, yeah, majority, like even I'm still, like, on the sidelines for a lot of these big things. I didn't sell my Doge from the spot bag. I kept it, but, man. I think retail investors are buying, so if I was to go along, I would probably pick Doge over Bitcoin right here. And let's see how bad Luna Classic is right here. It's trying to uptrend. It's a little bit weird.
I feel like it's still a bit early to go long.
Yeah.
But maybe it's
For a
because
quick
you
play.
bears got me. Another quick play. No, I'm looking.
Like a quick play, maybe, but
Adding to my ETH long.
I'm thinking Bitcoin. Yeah, I'm thinking Bitcoin might not even make it over 20,150 anymore, like right now on this oscillation.
You don't think so?
No,
Oh,
if
well,
anything, maybe rejection at 20,040.
So this was at 19,930. Let me put this on the chart. I didn't put the exact price. 19,930.
This really might be it for S&P, but it didn't give a low, so I just cannot be bullish.
So people bought here 19,930. Well, this is the short time scalpers. So I'm
You
just
do have a potential tweezer bottom on the 15.
So the retail investors, they sold up here 20,120. And I'm mapping this out live. So like I'm mapping this out like when it happens, like you guys saw like just a few minutes ago. And then we get this big push up. So some retail traders are making profits today scalping. And there is room for day trading and scalping here in crypto today. And that's why I wanted to map out, see if it's profitable. And they are making profits. So my first candle today, let's put the exact price. The sell was at $20,212. 20,212. And let's make this red so we can map this out. So the first sell came in at 20,212. And then after that, we had a buy come in here. Buy. And the buy candle was at, I did it halfway, is around 19,930. 19,930. I'm trying to map this out. And then I can keep track of these trades that are in theory happening. And see how much money people are essentially making. And then there's a point here where it bought and sold around the same price and then sold for a loss. So we're going to map all these out because this is also a trading strategy I'm working on. 20,000. Like 20,000. 106. Oops. So 20,106, and then buy back a little bit higher, 20,126.
You know what I think is going to be very important? The monthly candle right now, we only have a little bit longer. And if this closes below, let's say, it closes below 19,440, we're going to have a bearish engulfing candle on a monthly. So that can set off a pretty bearish tone for September, Rectember.
Well, keep in mind, September is horrible for stocks historically. And if we're correlated with the stock market, you know what's going to happen to Bitcoin.
Why is the, that's weird. I think I should take off the border. But yeah, so it does look like traders are making profits today. It does look like traders are making profits today. This is like that time where they lost a little bit and bought back, but this is like a small $26 spread versus like
Tim, would you think that monthly would set off a pretty bearish tone if we close below this previous month?
Would I? Yeah. All right, so people are selling here now. They're taking they're getting closer to these liquidations. And this price is 19,981. So like what? This is wrong. 19,930, 19,9. What? Oh, 19,916. Yeah, people are like on the sidelines. Like this isn't a lot of trading volume. Let's look at Luna Classic. Got a little bit of pumpity here. But Luna Classic, like look at this thing. It's already up like let's just do the math here. Let's do the current price point 0.000189 minus like this could be a big retrace, like a 20% drop easily. Because once people are done pumping Luna Classic, it has no utility, right? If I'm wrong, YouTube chat, tell me I'm wrong. But I think Luna Classic, once it's done pumping it, no utility, people start securing their profits and then boom, Because look at this. It took us 2.8 billion volume to go from 174 all the way up to 195. Now we just see 1 billion volume go all the way from 190 down to 186. Like,
yeah, and from the
rough.
research I did, a lot of the people pushing the Luna Classic and everything actually related to Luna these last few weeks have been mostly bots.
A lot of bots on Twitter spamming about Luna Classic, but there's a lot of bag holders. So here's the problem, like you guys don't understand. A lot of the bag holders that were holding Luna Classic, when the coins minted more supply, they didn't get that big supply. So look, for $1 billion, let's do 1 billion. Let's say they bought at $86, $1 billion. Let's 1,000 divided by 86. They're really only holding 11 million Luna. Anybody in the YouTube chat can go buy 11 million Luna right now and be holding the same amount of Luna that people were holding before it lost over $40 billion market cap. So it's not like those people holding 11 million Luna back then for $1 billion are really going to be able to sustain this price. No, because the number of tokens minted increased drastically. Now they are talking about network upgrades, and they're also talking about taxing transactions. I'm very big against taxing transactions on the blockchain, like, and they're proposing a tax that's well over 1% for every buy and every sell. I think their rate was 1.3%. Bitcoin's at a tough spot right here. Like, we're close to liquidations, but still like a spread away. The retail traders, I think right here. Why is my gap that big? I think people are undecided right here. We're going to see a little bit of sideways trading right here. And I'm going to try to map these out numbers so I can see, like, hey, when did these blocks start and end? So compared to now, we're down still well over $200. From the beginning of the stream, we're down over $200 per Bitcoin still. But we were able to go down, up, down, up, down, up, and then big down. Oh, let me say that again. Down, up, A, B, C, A, B, C,
ABC, ABC,
A, B, C, A, B, C. Wait, I want this to be C though. C, B, A, yeah, A, B, C, yeah. Yeah, A, B, C. So,
you got the D right there too.
No, not allowed. It's only
A, B, C. A, B, C.
These nuts.
I think we could come down and get this liquidation block. This would bring Bitcoin down $200. And I think it's very possible this could happen before market close. And then when market close, maybe we get a little bit of pumpity action going up here. But for Luna Classic, God, I'm surprised this thing is on futures. I'm so surprised it's on futures trading. Is anybody else surprised that thing's still allowed on futures trading after what happened with the big minting?
I saw somewhere that they were going to, like, Coinbase was going to put Luna Classic back on there. Did you hear anything about that?
Well, they still have people that wrap Luna's trapped. Like, that was the worst thing. It's a dangerous situation though for having Luna, something like that on futures. Having something like that on futures. Bitcoin's actually getting some pump. The buy signal came in here. Let's see if it's going to retest. There's not really much money that can be grabbed here. There's some dough actually. What is this? 4 million? What the balls? 5 million? Like, this isn't a lot, but this is a lot that could be liquidate right here. So it just liquidates $8 million just on that little pump right there. And they're still over 11, 15, over $15 million for Bitcoin could be liquidated up here. Wow. Some people in high leverage, it's hard for them to enter here and then sell up here because that small price swing, it's almost not enough money to cover the trading fees.
Did Eve just touch its golden pocket of this little latest step move? Damn. I missed that. I think I'm looking for the bigger golden pocket at 1492. But locally, like looking at the last uptrend that put in a higher high, Eve now touched the golden of
Buy signal came back in for Luna Classic. Like, look, Luna Classic's been doubling and doubling and doubling as well. So the first double wasn't that bad. After we doubled so far from here, from the 25th of August until here, we doubled today. This was our first big double. Like, boom. Boom. We doubled.
Yeah, but
and the boom volume.
0 times 2 is still 0, though.
No. Here's the thing. Like, if you're buying, like if somebody put $10,000 here, it's worth $20,000 at the peak here, for example. If somebody put $10,000 here on a 5 times long, that 5 times after you double is 10 times. So $1,000 on 5 times long now is $10,000 up here.
I was thinking at anyone, back holding Luna and hoping that it would go back up. It has to double like 1,000 times to reach back just $1.
I had this draw on the screen drop like a rock because I shorted it the other night. And I shorted it and I took profits before going to bed. I earned like 60% profits. I did a 20 times short. That's how confident I was that it was going to drop after it broke the uptrend. And here's what happened when it broke that uptrend the other night. We hit the double top and broke the uptrend. I was like, all right, I'm going to go short. I'm going to short this thing. Boom. 60% profit. And then it traded sideways the whole time I was sleeping. And then it started pumping again. But let's do some math here. Let's see how much money this candle's worth. God, this is a lot. Let's round it up because volume's going to go up there. 44 billion times 0.00018. Oh. This candle, like the biggest candle we've seen on the hourly so far, is still only $7.9 million. So this candle right here.
How's the new Luna doing?
You know, look at the Luna 2.0. They fucked up these charts, but if we go to Luna, it's also getting these small pumps as well. Look, it's about the same volume. It's less dollar value, but look, it's getting those pumps up here as well in the hourly. And if you look at it on the weekly, though, because here's what they did. And this is very misleading, by the way. Like, TradingView still needs to fix this fucking shit. Because, look, I'm telling you. They merged 2 different contracts, put it on the same chart. But this is the old Luna, which now has over 6.5 trillion coins. And they merged it with the new Luna, which doesn't have that many coins. And here's the thing. You guys noticed my tweet a while back, shorting at 86, and then after we hit 86 on the weekly, it came down. Like when we this happened in like minutes coming down. We notice the biggest volume, like TradingView doesn't have that big volume, but we only see like 420 billion. And we already know there's over 6.5 trillion. So where did that volume go? Where's it at the charts? We're missing trillions of volume on those charts. I don't know where it's at. It's not on these TradingView charts. And they messed it up after they merged the data, merged the contracts. Maybe they did it with good intentions, but it's definitely messed up. And now people are going to think, oh, maybe I'll get Luna again. But no, it's a different contract. It's a different coin. And I always have to talk about this. Luna's not carrying the market, Frog. You're telling me a $7 million candle's carrying the market when I can map out a Bitcoin 1 minute candle that has more than $7 million? Look at this candle too. Look at this candle right here. So 7 million, 7.9, 7920. And what's Bitcoin price? 19,981. 400 volume Bitcoin candle is comparable. So a 1 minute Bitcoin candle right here is worth more than that whole 4-hour candle for Luna Classic, to put it in perspective. And that's what I'm telling people. once these buyers go away from Luna Classic, that price is going to drop drastically. And once the buyers walk away, the price will drop drastically. Once these people stop pumping it, it's going to be nasty. I'm telling you, once
Tame, so they don't need a lot of money to pump that Luna Classic, right? It could just be like a small group of them with some dough who are pumping it up, right, Tame? It's not like a big market, you know.
Yeah, and they're doing this big campaign on Twitter and everything, trying to get people into it. And
yeah,
people are going to get wrecked.
Right.
But hey, look, I'm all about letting people trade how they want to trade. So I would not prevent them from trading it. I'm just saying, you get these people come out, like Wells Club tweeted it. Wells Club tweeted it at 19748. Almost near the peak there.
Yeah, the drop on that will be bad. Like, you can get in now, and then all of a sudden, boom, it just gets annihilated.
Yeah.
Unless you go short it, but I don't know how much they could squeeze it, you know, the guys on the inside.
But here's the thing, like, you don't want to short this either.
Yeah. No, I'm just saying, like, if you don't want to go long.
No, you don't want to short it because it only took $7 million. If it takes $7 million to push a coin up, like, look at this. $7 million can't even move Bitcoin that much.
Oh, yeah. No, you can't even compare it.
So if $7 million caused a coin to go from here up to here, almost 40% price increase.
Right.
You don't want to play a fire.
But you know what, Tim? If you get it dumped back to the range down there, that would be a good little gain if you caught it.
But here's the thing: your liquidation, you could be liquidating.
Yeah, your liquidation is going to be right there, right at the high. You know?
And here's the thing: let's be honest. A lot of people are bag holding Luna from those high price levels. They're not holding millions.
Mm-hmm.
Like, some people are only holding 10 Luna. They're holding 10 Luna from $100. That's $1,000.
Yeah.
So it's not something I would want to FOMO into.
Right. Got millions of Luna.
In other words, fuck Luna.
And also,
yeah, I'm surprised it's still, they let it back on there with that guy. I guess nothing happened.
That guy's sitting on the beach. He's doing interviews. He's making documentaries.
He's chilling.
Yeah, different country.
Michael Saylor's in heat right now. He's in trouble in Washington, D.C.
What happened with him, Tame?
Right here. Attorney General Carl Rassen's coming after him.
It's not the first time he's in trouble.
Today, we're suing Michael Saylor, a billionaire tech executive who has lived in the district for more than a decade, but has never paid any DC income taxes for tax fraud. I'm about to say, what income? Have you seen a BTC chart?
To be fair, he's playing with other people's money, though, there, right?
They say that he has tax fraud. What if the guy has no income? Like, I could see him having no income. Oh, I didn't do the sell block for Doge. I did the buy block for Doge and sell block. I didn't do the sell block for Doge. We're going to see, though, if we get this ground. While this is happening, the DTC is kind of uptrending as well. But that Luna Classic thing, oh, that should scare a lot of people. And there's still people out there, they're like YOLOing hundreds of thousands of dollars into it. But here's the thing. If they're really putting $100,000 in, why is the $7 million candle pushing it up 30 to 40%?
Yep.
Because there wasn't a lot of sell pressure. I mean, look, it's so oversold as well. People are demoralized to sell at these price levels as well. But there's people that was selling Luna. Every time they kept minting Luna, they would sell it because they were making an arbitrage from the stablecoin. And after, like, trillions were dumped on the market, we just don't see it in the charts. And that's where you have to use your common sense to come in, save you.
They probably had an API ready. It's like, as soon as the mint happens, sell it, market, mint, sell, mint, sell, mint,
No,
sell.
that's how it was
Hooked
working.
up with the API. Yeah.
That's how it was working.
Yep.
You have to you have to sell it. You buy more UST. You mint Luna from UST, and then you dump the Luna on the market. And Cycle was a vortex. And this is why they don't want to directly swap APE for AMC shares. It could create a vortex, and that both could become worthless. You guys see the GameStop NFTs? How it minted out? Let's look at this collection real quick from GameStop. It sold out very fast, this collection. Floor price is about $200 up here. And then some of the floor price was right here at $571. GameStop NFT, like, people are buying these things. They minted it out like it was fast. Wow. Yeah, Luna Classic would scare me. Like, I don't want to ever buy something after it just jumped like 40%. All right, I think right here Bitcoin is getting some more bullish momentum. I think these shorts are going to get wrecked here. So this is at 20,000. Let's drag it over to price around $20,000 for Bitcoin. And this is on a support level I keep in mind. So people are buying on a support level right here for Bitcoin. Psychological support level is 20,000. And they're paying over $84 more per Bitcoin from last time they sold. But it's right here before a liquidation block. So they're hoping to regain some of that Bitcoin, some of the Satoshis they lost from liquidating some of these bears right here. Wow, look at those big buys coming in for Bitcoin now. And the DXY is just bleeding down. Definitely Luna Classic not following Bitcoin, like if $7 million can move it that far. Yeah, look at that pumpity for Bitcoin. This thing. We're almost at Thanksgiving time again in America, so may get some more sweet potatoes coming up in the coming months if the economy is right for that.
You ran out of last year's supply?
No, I'm running out though. I'm running out.
Oh, okay.
I've enjoyed them though, and when I let them age, some of them I let age, and they taste better, and they cook better too. Let me check AG Carl. AG Carl. KRL. DC Attorney. Let me see those comments. They're also suing his company MicroStrategy for conspiring to help him evade taxes he legally owes on hundreds of millions of dollars he's earned while living in DC. It's not tax evasion if you don't pay yourself. Wow. Wow. They call him a billionaire, though. Like, look, what? It's always disturbing if the attorney general comes after you to sue you personally as well.
I'm thinking every company's got lawsuits.
Yeah, but by the attorney
Not
generals?
necessarily. No, not that one, but in general.
Right. I'm looking at the tweet a little bit deeper, and this guy is like swinging his stick around. He says, with this lawsuit, we're putting residents and employers on notice that if you enjoy all the benefits of living in our great city while refusing to pay your fair share in taxes, we will hold you accountable. Like, look, we've seen Michael Saylor's purchases for Bitcoin. He's not really earning. He's not really earning money. Wow. But here's the thing, like, how can the attorney general write this on Twitter and stuff and accuse somebody of not, like, of evading taxes? Like, this isn't something you do before you go to court. In America, I was taught you're proving innocent until guilty. The moment a government official comes out and says something without having any proof, and then you go to court and you win that case against the government official, it becomes defamation. And then boom, the taxpayers have to cover the cost when that private individual goes and sues the government. So it's very interesting. I don't think you should pay taxes if you don't earn money. Like, if you don't have capital gains, if you don't have any income for your income tax, how do you pay? You can trade sweet potatoes, commodities, Dr. Funk. You can trade all sorts of commodities. Get on it, buddy.
Hey, Tane, do we, if you make $200 profit or less at a time, I thought it was a law that you don't have to pay taxes on that.
So that's different, like if you're doing a trade on an exchange versus sending somebody money back and forth peer to peer.
Okay, never mind then. My bad.
Income tax is a fraud.
But Michael Saylor, where's his income tax? How are they shielding him from, if they don't pay him? Like, look, Elon Musk did the same thing. He didn't pay himself an income. He was rewarded with shares that gave him shares over a long period of time. Because if it was income tax on the money, he would have lost a lot of money along the way. I just want to see Michael Saylor, like, I want to see this lawsuit. I want to see how they are evading taxes. Because if he's not evading taxes, I hope he launches a countersuit against, and it's very hard to, like, sue the attorney general as well. Because when you have that type of level of government officials suing you, it's like, it's very hard. Luna Classic's getting a little bit uppity while Bitcoin's climbing here as well. I don't want to draw these blocks for Luna Classic, would probably encourage people to degen. I'm okay doing it for Bitcoin and some altcoins, but I can't do it for Luna Classic. Doge is at this level again as well. Finally. And let the liquidation train roll in. It's around 2 o'clock. I might go to the mountain and enjoy a nice little hike. What are you guys going to do today? You guys going to trade all day?
Yeah, no, yeah, Tim, I was going to say to you guys, the volume might be low because Monday's half day for Labor Day.
Today's Wednesday, though.
Yeah, but a lot of the big firms, hedge funds, they're already like, you know, like
No, their fucking employees are working 80 hours. their employees are still working, buddy.
They're not allowed to put size on.
Their employees are like fucking barely time to shower. Like I almost thought about a job offer. It's very tempting. Like they told me, oh, only 79 hours per week. Very tempting. Very tempting. 79 hours per week. Get that salary. So we have a YouTube question from I'm a Duck. He says, can they freeze his assets while pending his lawsuit? They're not going to freeze his assets while pending a lawsuit. I'm a Duck. They're suing MicroStrategy as well. But for what? Why are they suing MicroStrategy? Because they're claiming that MicroStrategy helps them evade taxes? They better prove that. If you're making that sort of allegation against somebody, you better prove it. I don't know if I want to be a trader or if I want to become a lawyer. Still pretty young to make that decision. I think when you argue with trades and you make the right argument, you make a lot of profit. If you make a right argument like the law, sometimes you still don't make a lot of profit. But here's the thing about lawyers. They get paid regardless, win or lose. They're still getting money from their clients. Who's this guy, Cat Turd, on Twitter? Wow, 800,000 followers already? He tweeted an hour ago. He says, did the FBI leak any pictures to the New York Times of their Epstein Island raid? That's all you need to know about the FBI. Pretty sure some of those photos will not be appropriate for the American newspaper. A lot of people don't like the FBI, but there are still a lot of good people that work at the FBI. Without the FBI, we'd have a lot more fraud, I'll tell you that. Oh, is this a Doge chart? I'm gonna look at Bitcoin. Bitcoin just received a golden cross followed by immediately death cross on the short time frame. And let's do something special, guys. Let's zoom out here in a 4 hour. Let's ignore all this garbage and let's just look at the relative strength index. Still looks like it's coming down. Still looks like it's coming down. It's not completely oversold. MACD also losing any type of bullish momentum. So Bitcoin still looks like it's coming down. I need to find a good point to take a break. What do you think, Rob? You think it's going to come down hard?
I don't know about hard, but I think it's going to come down. If you can hear me, I'm far away from the signal.
I hear you very well.
Well, thank you.
You got it.
But yeah, income tax is a fraud, just FYI.
You think it's a fraud?
Just the income tax, that's all.
Like evading it or the act of forcing people to pay income taxes?
The act of.
What about real estate tax?
That's all different.
That's different.
Taxing me because I made money is a problem. Taxing me to spend it's a different story.
So here's what I really don't like about taxes. I don't like how you have to pay taxes on your property. Imagine you're an old person. You worked your whole life to pay for this property. You pay taxes along the way on your income. And now you have to pay property taxes to keep that property. And
yeah, it's messed up.
And the value of that property goes up. So it doesn't match anywhere near your income that you had in your lifetime.
What about school taxes when your kids are already born and raised and you already paid your taxes? How about that?
So there are taxes in certain districts. You can move out of those districts if you really wanted to, but those are very small taxes to contribute to society.
Yeah, true that.
But this whole thing, like some people, their house, they bought their house for $10,000. Now it's worth $1.2 million. And they're not really rich people, and they can't even pay their taxes on that house, so they have to sell it. And then after they sell it, they have to pay taxes on that money where they sold the house as well, those capital gains.
Yep. What if you bought a house where there's an area where more bigger houses were built, and then now you have taxes on top of that because the area has increased in value? I agree.
Yeah. That's why it's going to go. And it would not be an issue like if human beings could live a very long time and stay healthy their whole life. But we become old. We become weak. We're not able to work anymore. Our income's not that high anymore. Especially a lot of people that only worked and never develop any sort of financial, like, passive income. Those people are screwed because of taxes like this. When you have people unable to afford their medication out there because they have to pay these types of taxes or they lose their property. Thank God they have kids that will help them, but there's also a lot of people that don't have kids that will help them.
Yeah, I don't have kids, nor I will, so I gotta have a lot of money.
Bitcoin's still around this 20,000 buy block area. Like, it's room to come down on the 4 hour, but if we look on the hourly RSI, we're already getting this oversold period for Bitcoin. And if we look at it on the 15-minute chart, it looks like it's uptrending. So in the short time, guys, I think it's going to uptrend until market close. Market closes, we're going to see maybe a little bit more uptrend.
You know, with that property tax, I was thinking you never own your property ever. Because if you don't pay your property tax, they take your property.
So there's ways around it. Like, the moment I have my house, I'm going to start burying people on my property. But that sounds bad when I say it that way. Let me think about a better strategy. There's ways to get off that property tax.
You can make it a church.
I'm not making it a church. If you make it a church, Drew, legally you have to have it open to the public. The place where I sleep.
Floor. Yeah, have your first floor open to the public.
Fuck that. No.
That's what I'm doing. I'm making a museum.
Putting a vending machine, quarter vending machine.
I'm going to make a nonprofit museum.
Ah.
Really?
Yeah, I'm in the works of it right now, actually.
What are you going to put in your museum? You got any
disclose
dinosaurs?
the location once I come closer to realizing. What's that?
You going to put any dinosaurs?
Artwork and like stuff, some prehistoric stuff. Not like too prehistoric, but antique stuff that has to do with the area where I'm going to have the museum. Things from around that neighborhood, old artists, the writers, things like that.
So Drew said he's starting a museum. This makes me believe this fucking house is just a tax evading scam in my city. I'm going to send you a link, Drew. Look at this. Look at this museum here. I never thought about it until you said you're going to start a museum. Look at this fucking big house. And you can only go certain times as well.
Yeah, exactly. You have your open door policy. When you keep the doors open, you don't have to keep them 24/7.
So they have a tour right now on Saturday, September 24th. And then another one January 7th, 2023. It's like they have tours like once a month. So let's check a little bit about this museum. Press room. They have a press room as well. Let's see frequently asked question. All right, number 1, is photography allowed? Yes. Do you have a restaurant on-site vending machines? There are no vending machines or food service at the museum. Additionally, food and drinks other than closed water bottles are not allowed in the galleries or historic structures. Oh, be very careful. You put a fucking food machine in your museum and somebody throws a cake on a very expensive artwork. Depending on your group, we recommend planning 2 hours for your visit to the museum. Do I have to pay for parking? No, parking in the museum surface lot is free. Are animals allowed? only service dogs, as defined under Americans with Disability Act, is allowed.
Are they a foundation or a nonprofit organization or something like that?
I'll check a little bit deeper. It's the 1774 Alexander home site is a beautiful setting on top of a hill. There's a paved path from the museum building, and you buy tickets to go there. Admission is $10. $10 for this. Go in this house, like, oh man. If you're a museum member, it's free. If you're a child 0 to 5, it's free. Children 6 to 17, students and seniors is $7.
That sounds like some Michael Jackson stuff.
And you can make a donation as well. If you don't make a donation.
I mean, who's to stop you to make a church of crypto and say, you know, right now that's your belief, your philosophical and ideological and spiritual beliefs go into the cryptography of digital assets?
I'll tell you, Drew. No, I would counter that it's not a true religion. And
what if you want to make it a religion?
Praise crypto.
Well, you have a lot of intellectuals that's going to tell you, hey, Drew, crypto, you do realize Bitcoin was made by a person. Crypto was made by people. It's not a greater power that made crypto.
Well, I could say a greater power came into that person and channeled their energy through Satoshi Nakamoto.
Who is Satoshi Nakamoto?
It is part of the higher power that we speak of that nobody must know, but you must join our church called COC, Church of Crypto.
You can put a phone on the end of a stick and get people to tap to deposit some crypto into that phone, you know, instead of a pocket.
Yeah, walk into our COC, Church of Crypto.
I'm in, man.
All right, Drew, I'm going to give you a link real quick, all right, buddy? This is directly from the IRS. Nothing's stopping you from making a church, but there are requirements for churches that are tax exempt and things you have to do.
I'm going to check that out. Thank you.
Number 1, churches, integrated auxiliaries, and conventions or associated churches. So you can actually get the exemptions for some of these fees for conventions. And we're going to look at exemption requirements. To be tax exempt under Section 501c(3) of the Internal Revenue Code, an organization must be organized and operated exclusively for exempt purposes set forth in Section 501c, and none of its earnings may inure to any private shareholder or individual.
Easy, perfect.
In addition, it may not be an action organization, i.e., it may not attempt to influence legislation as a substantial part of its activities, and it may not participate in any campaign activity for or against political candidates.
Easy.
So look, if your church pastor is up there telling you to vote for a Republican or Democrat, they could lose this tax exemption. Organizations described in Section 501c are commonly referred to as charitable organizations. The organization must not be organized or operated for the benefit of private interest.
Easy.
And no part of a Section 501c organization's net earnings may inure to the benefit of any private shareholder or individual.
Easy.
The organization engages in any excess benefit transaction with a person having substantial influence over the organization. An excise tax may be imposed on the person or any organization managers agreeing to the transactions. So what,
easy peasy.
You can't do. You realize you're not allowed to do any trading.
No, that's fine. Because the church is there to give money to the people, to give this thing we call crypto, the spiritual crypto, to the people.
Drew,
and what we do, what we want nothing in return. We do our private business separately. This is just for us to bring people to the crypto.
I have a request for your church.
And crypto is our God.
Can the wine be put on an individual shot due to COVID situation, so we all have a shot instead of having to go and drink out of the same cup?
Nope. Nope. Community event. We all got to drink out of the same cup.
We could do raffles at the church of crypto. We could do raffles there. You know, they can be crypto raffles, things like that, and they can be for the benefit of the community. Whoever wins the raffle is would have to have a smart contract that 20% goes to, let's say,
no, Drew, no, you
Humane
can't.
Society.
You can't do that.
You're allowed to have raffles at a church.
Yeah, but not 20%. That would be that person. You would have to pay taxes on that person.
No, not the person. Whoever wins the raffle, let's say 20% of that has to go to charity, and the rest of that stays in the church. But we just say he's the winner, and his charity, the charitable donation is under his name, but none of it goes in his pocket.
So here it says unrelated business income tax as well. It says even though the organization is recognized as tax exempt, it still may be liable for tax on its unrelated business income. For most organizations, unrelated business income is income from a trade or business regularly carried on that is not substantially related to the charitable. So even if you're trading crypto, you still have to pay taxes on this stuff.
Of course, but you don't have to pay taxes on the property that you call Church of Crypto.
You may, depending on how you bought that. If you bought that property from trading, you're going to have to pay taxes. And if it's not open to the public all the time.
Why would it matter where the funds came from? Once you put the money down, it's what direction the funds are going, not where they came from. As long as it's legal money.
Yeah, because it was gained from unrelated business income tax from trading. Now, if the people gave you money to buy it, that's a different story.
Well, but what if let's say you own a house that you bought with your personal money that you traded, you were a trader 5 years ago, and then 5 years later you have your Eureka moment, you're like, I want to make my house into a church. Are they going to say, well, your money's no good because it came from trading 5 years ago and you bought your house with trading money? No, they'll say you have property. If you want to turn it into a church, you have to follow these rules, just like what you said. And, you know, keep them, but you have to have that property, I guess.
So here's the thing about the Church of Crypto, right? You to even be tax exempt from the IRS as well, you have to be following a recognized creed form of worship. Crypto is not a recognized creed. So what's your creed?
We could make it a recognized creed. All hail to the Dogecoin or whatever. You know?
It's not recognized. It's not recognized by the general public. Like for example,
no, it's like in India with the golden elephant god or whatever. When they bow down to the golden, I can make a golden elephant doji or whatever.
No, that's completely different. This I'm talking about. It has to be. It has to be Jewish. It has to be Christianity. It has to be Islamic. It has to be one of these major creeds. Methodist.
What about that? You got to write it.
Okay, I'll be like the Church of Lucifer.
But Scientology was none of those Muslim stuff, right? Scientology was.
Ooh, that is a good idea, man.
It has to have a definite and distinctive a scholastic government, a former code of doctrine, a distinct religious history, a membership not associated with any other church or denomination, ordained ministers ministering to its congregations, a literature of its own established place of worship, regular congregations. Like for me, I think it'd be better for you to do a community center rather than a Church of Crypto. With all these,
now we're talking. Yeah, I think you're right.
Yeah, the IRS is going to decide this case by case. I highly doubt during this time of age the IRS is going to say, "Oh yeah, Church of Crypto, that's legit." No, they're going to red flag that, and you're going to get audited on every single thing you do for the rest of your life.
I like the community center idea. We could still call it COC. It would be like CCOC, Community Center of Crypto, or something like that.
Community,
CCOC.
Yeah.
I think if you become a preacher, a type of preacher, you can get disability benefits, the one that you can park in the parking spot, you know, the blue stuff with the wheelchair. I think they give that to preachers and few other people too. Rob Dyrdek wants to become a legal preacher, like a guy that can marry people. And he only became that so he can get the parking permit that will allow this motherfucker to park in the disability. That's all he did it for. It's genius.
Sorry, guys.
But he ended up marrying his best friend. But yeah, that's good stuff.
Someone says Church of Digital Knowledge. I mean, for the church side, there's so many requirements. I mean, talk with the tax advisor too. I think the chances of getting a Church of Crypto approved by the IRS to be tax exempt A very small chance. Like, I don't see this happening. Let me see. Have there been any churches established by Americans?
I think now that you're saying it, I
A
think
friend of mine had a church in Brooklyn, and it had a bowling alley in the basement. He used to do parties with like fucking nuns, but they weren't like real nuns. But he was still able to do like a church there, and he had like these parties in the school bus. Weirdo type of dude, but somehow he had a church license.
Yeah, anybody. Yeah,
He ended up going to jail for like drug dealing too, or some shit like that. But you know, he had the license.
Yep. You just need a space and whatever religion, one of the religions. Like you could say born again Christian.
So here's the reason
Whatever
why
now.
I think donations to taxes should remain tax exempt. Like, look, you're already paying your income tax on that income, so I think giving donations should be exempt as well. There are people out there that don't believe that churches should receive tax exemptions, but hey, look, people already pay these income taxes. Why tax them even more for donating to a church?
Kanye West knew the deal.
Oh,
he was like, yo, I got to get my net worth past Jay-Z. I got to think of something quick. He's like, oh, yeah.
And the First Amendment of the U.S. Constitution, Congress shall make no law respecting an establishment of religion or prohibiting the free exercise thereof, or abridging the freedom of speech or the press, or the right of the people peaceful to assemble. Like, look, if they try to stop you from making a church as well, it could be a big lawsuit on your side versus the U.S. government. But you gotta look back at the Revenue Act of 1913. This would get a lot of our taxes, the Revenue Act, because America was going broke. We were going broke back then. More broke than that movie Brokeback Mountain. I tell you, we were very broke. Brokeback Mountain is a story about two men that were so broke because they bought crypto at the top of the mountain. Eventually, they had to come down from the top of the mountain, barely able to walk. Right? Let me check the movie real quick. Let me Google this. Brokeback Mountain. Okay, see two men with horses. All right. All right, Wikipedia. I don't know. Wikipedia is not a good source. People can change data. Let's check another website. IMDb. It's a. All right, you got these two cowboys. Obviously, they got some sheep in here. They're drinking beers in a bar. They're driving a car together. They're riding horses up the mountain. They're hugging. One of the men kissing a woman. There's a baby in the scene. And it says the stuff of Hollywood history. Hey, it looks like a pretty good movie. Let's read what it's about. Oh, it's got Jake Gyllenhaal in the movie. He's a good actor. I don't see any other actors I recognize. This guy looks like Brian Armstrong. Oh, the storyline. Here we go. Brokeback Mountain storyline. Their acquaintance began on the warm summer of 1963 when cowboys Ennis and Jack ended up on the sheep farm of Joe in Brokeback Mountain. So it's basically like a boring farm movie. Sorry, I gotta look at a Bitcoin chart real quick. We might be recovering from this dip. You want to say something, Mr. Drew Crypto? We can go back and finish reading that Brokeback Mountain movie real quick. And let's see. This is a big dip. Let's see right here. Where did we end? So they're in Wyoming and they're looking for work. So obviously they're broke. They don't have a job. So under unexpected circumstances, little by little, the two men developed. So they were kind of like developers in a way, I guess. Developed an intimate relationship that turned into a profound but secret bond right under the nose of their families. Okay, so two men bonding, not bad. However, love, okay, they're loving each other, okay. And at many faces is eternal. Who can stop? Okay, so basically it's a love story. Like, Hollywood always does love stories. I should have known it was a love story. Okay. It wasn't about two men that were so broke they had to get into crypto. It's actually they broke their backs while making love. I understand the name now.
Sunshine. We always, just letting you get to the famous meme. It's being meme, all of that information.
Well, I thought like at first like they were gonna earn a lot of money and buy crypto, right? Going to the markets balls deep. But instead they were in each other balls deep. I understand the story now.
Is there a crypto called Mountains, or is there a crypto called that? It have to be a fucking crypto already with that name.
I want to make a. Well, you got Mount Gox. What does that sound like? If they would have named it Mount Cox, I'm pretty sure less people would have put their money in. I would have put less money in back then if it was named Mount Cox. Like Cum Rocket. Nobody in Discord bought Cum Rocket, right?
Yeah.
I think there were some people that were buying when Elon tweeted that.
What did he tweet?
The water with the rocket.
Oh, yeah.
It was like a water splash with the rocket emoji.
Mm-hmm. People got to be careful. I hope Elon tweets about Big Daddy Doge right up here. Where's Doge? I lost my Doge chart.
Doge is dead.
Look at Luna Classic. So why do I have two Luna Classic charts? This is Doge place right here. Doge is actually down from that last buy block I wasn't watching. Got so busy reading about tax laws in a Hollywood movie that Bitcoin is actually down under, and there's plenty of chances to get out of Bitcoin. But these are small spreads. So Twisted Gloomy says, so you're saying they went long in the golden pocket and it broke out. Okay, yeah. Why is the YouTube only 90 views right now? Why do we get so many views at 10 o'clock to 3 o'clock in the morning, but daytime not that many views?
People are working.
You might
They
be
trade
right.
crypto at 1 a.m.
God. I don't want to, so I have to go hike or something if I want to do a stream at nighttime too.
The other day, I went and get a frappe to caffeine myself to the limit and do the trading. Yeah, right. I was already asleep at 1 a.m. I opened my eyes a couple of times until 5 a.m. and you guys were trading. And then Tame goes, I'm just going to take an hour nap. I'll be right back. And I was just like, these guys are crazy.
I never came back,
I
by
just
the way.
drink coffee. Oh, yeah. But come on. Unless you're a robot.
What happened after I took that nap? I don't remember.
Not much, bro. Same sideways shit.
I don't think I was on last night either. I was watching a movie last night with my girlfriend. Guys, I think I found the secret of life. You don't actually need a lot of money. When you're on your date with a girl, the expectation is low. Go somewhere really cheap for a first date. Maybe even just bring food to a picnic at a park. I think the secret in life to make it to save money. Find a girl that's not going to spend all your money, or vice versa. Find a partner that's not going to spend all your money. And you should be able to make it through some of these tough times.
Yeah, structure can give a lot of freedom to the human being. Just a little bit of a structure, man, can set you free from the 9 to 5 BS that many people have to deal with their bosses.
Yeah, definitely control your spending as well. Vitalik Buterin tweeted about this earlier too. Some people are not very frugal. Some people like to wear Louis Vuitton. They'll have less than $10,000 in a bank and buy Louis Vuitton.
There is cultural. That's the one thing that almost nobody calculate. Monkey see, monkey do. And if people see the whole life, how people go to fast food and buy, it's like a thing in their brain. It's difficult to come out of the routine that you grew up with. So that's why some people, they just trap, man, and it's spending $12 each meal, bro. And they just work to pay bills and
That's
to
good,
buy
though.
food.
Need them to make money off them.
Someone says, can Luna Classic goes to $100 in 2023? And so many people said yes. Jesus Christ. They don't realize how much money would have to go and burn Luna, and nobody's going to pay their own money to burn it, pump the price to $100. Like Dogecoin now has a better chance of going to $1 before $10 before Luna Classic could ever even think about $1.
Yeah, Luna's cursed.
This guy says, no way, $100. If it goes to $1, he would sell all of his. Even $1, it would take 40 billion to burn, 40 billion US dollars burning Luna to even get it to $1. Opium. Did you come up with the word hopium, Drew? Because I've been seeing it around a lot.
I've definitely heard it before, so I didn't come up with it. I say it a lot, though.
Hope. How do you spell it? H-O-P-I-U-M.
H-O-P-I-U-M.
I'm gonna check hopium on Twitter. Oh, these hopium charts are hilarious on fucking Bitcoin.
Smoking that hopium.
This guy says, I'm taking a short break to refocus, leaving you with this beautiful hopium. Stay safe, manage your risk. He says, don't forget that Bitcoin is going to be worth millions of dollars. The only question is whether you have the patience to hodl. And his chart,
will you be alive by then?
wow.
There's a new standard for people that do meth. They're called now Mexican Americans.
What does meth make
That's
people
methed
feel
up,
like?
man.
Isn't that messed up?
Super methed up.
This guy says, saving civilization by pumping out babies into an overgrazed, war-prone hellhole. So-called civilization has got us into this situation. We can definitely see optimism, bias, and hopium in action in the tweet below. Oh, I like this. Somebody did a nice graphic for hopium. So this guy says hopium. Take one pill when you need a bit of delusion and help coping. We're in this big range for Bitcoin. Like a trading bot does well in this range right here. I don't like the Mexican American thing. That sounds very bad.
There's definitely a lot of Mexican Americans around these neck of the woods.
Hey, not my call. There's a proper way to, you don't call them meth heads. You can't call them that. It's against the law. You got to call them Mexican Americans.
Is it against the law? Because I was talking to a cop. I was like, there's some meth heads over there tweaking. You might want to check it out. They didn't arrest me, thank God. I didn't know it was against the law. But the moment you ask for their number, God, they start treating you like a criminal. Oh, calm down, ma'am. I didn't ask for your badge number. I asked for your cell number.
What'd your girlfriend think about that?
Both bad. I got some bullish news for North Carolina. Woo! Toyota has announced a $2.5 billion expansion of its North Carolina plant with 350 additional jobs and BEV battery. Oh, yeah.
Nice.
I've never seen that plant in my life.
Where's that plant located?
I'm going to put the news article in the news channel on Discord. I don't know. I'm sure I could Google Maps it, though. Let me tell my friend real quick as well. A lot of people in North Carolina, like, they want to get into, like, the EV manufacturing, but they don't want to move. Oh. Did you guys see the report that came out saying that more than half of Bitcoin trading volume is fake according to data analyzed by Forbes?
What do they mean by fake though?
Let me record this real quick because it's going to lock me out of the article. Let me put this in Crypto Talk. This isn't really news. I'm going to put this in Crypto Talk.
Like, do they mean bots, or do they mean orders that are canceled, ghost orders, or?
So I'll read the article. We're looking at a Bitcoin chart right here, YouTube. In case you can't tell, it's Bitcoin. It's like one of the only crypto over 20,000. So the Forbes analyst went over the data. They said what happened is data from the leading global cryptocurrency exchanges was $262 billion back in June. But they said the true figure is closer to 128 billion.
I'm surprised someone didn't do a crypto that has so few coins that its value is higher than Bitcoin. You know, like a crypto with like, I don't know, only 1,000 coins. So it trades in the millions. They're the same way we did SHIB with thousands of trillions of coins. Maybe they'll have fun doing the opposite. A crypto with only 1,000 coins.
What about a crypto with just one coin? Could still have the same principle.
Yeah, right, exactly. Yeah, well, just 1 or 2 coins.
Here's what the data says. They split crypto trading into 3 groups. And on the third group, they said it's 36 exchanges that have a very small amount of visitors. But at the same time, huge amounts of crypto trading volume that is also self-reported. And Hong Kong, the Hong Kong exchange, BitCoke. This really exchange, BitCoke?
BitCoke, yeah.
BitCoke, it reports $14 billion in daily trading volume as example. And a similar web shows the exchange receives less than 10,000 monthly visitors. And 53% are coming from Argentina. So it says a significant discrepancy is between volume and organic traffic. But hey, look, whales could be trading large amounts of data. They said Binance, the 800-pound elephant in the room, even after a 45% discount, generates 27% of all real trading. What? This is like a weird article. It ends right here. It doesn't really have any good. They're just saying,
probably trying to say like a lot of the smaller exchanges might have their own in-house trading back and forth to make it look like they have volume when really they don't have that much volume.
That's not what they're saying. They're just saying that they don't have a lot of visitors to the website, therefore they think the trading is fake. There could be a lot of whales trading in and out.
Well, but if they don't have that many visitors, if they were able to see the data with the visitors, but they saw the volume didn't coincide with the visitors, then they could probably assume that that was all in-house, like back and forth, trying to pretend like there's volume when there really wasn't volume.
Mm-hmm. Well, we don't know, though.
If you do back and forth real quick, the only thing you're sacrificing really is going to be the trading fee. Even moments of a parabolic activity, still not going to lose that much if you're directly doing an API robot back and forth selling. It's just that transaction fee.
There's a lot of AMC backholders out there that bought options that were not able to exercise their options as well, and their puts were up a lot of profit, but they weren't able to exercise them. A little bit interesting. We're still around this $20,000 level for Big Daddy Bitcoin. Luna Classic just had another big run up again to that 193 range before coming down quite fast. Like it has very big movements up and down. What's happening, YouTube? I could put out I could get like the Discord, right? This is what we could do. I get 100 people. We all write a tweet that's pretty bearish about Luna Classic, and we publish it at the same time, and the charts would go like, the charts would pick up that bearish sentiment for sure, as people start realizing the scam of these people artificially pumping it. We could all just give our technical analysis on it and talk about the fundamentals and talk about DOGE.
Trade safe, everyone.
Safe.
Take care, man.
You wear a condom when you trade? I wonder if people wear condoms when they're trading, if it keeps them like mentally, like prevent from FOMO and stuff.
I guess then it will go into the finger, right? Because of the click you will do in the mouse before buying and selling.
What?
Right? I mean, if it's for trading, then what you use for trade is the finger by clicking the mouse, right?
Yeah.
So
wait, you use your fingers to click the mouse?
To click the mouse, yeah. And in this particular case, we're trading and we're trying to protect from. We have to protect the finger.
I bet if you use your nose to click the mouse, you would think a little bit more before entering and exiting trades. What does this guy mean by ratio? This guy says, I think Twitter should implement a new rule where if you try to ratio someone and fail, your account is automatically banned. What does ratio mean?
I guess the ratio of bad things and good things, or not just bad things, but maybe crossing the line. How many times I've crossed the line?
Ratio?
I don't know what ratio mean. Oh, this guy asked the question. People said it's pretty much still just a math term. It just comes with the implication that whoever yells ratio will get the higher number in the ratio. And on Twitter, the ratio is measuring likes. If you yell ratio and fail to get the higher number, you essentially lose the bet. Oh, Michael Saylor tweeted 34 minutes ago. Is a video.
Is he apologizing?
No, it's a video of a guy with a card shop. Bitcoin draws security from everyone, so you don't have to trust your money to anyone. Uh-huh. You know what? I bet if we look back at their filings, Drew, we would find them mentioning possibility of 51% attack. Like that has to be a risk they put in for the shareholders.
Probably is.
But yeah, people are saying it's very convenient about this lawsuit coming out right after the short MicroStrategy ETF came out too. It's weird. Yeah, we get the short ETF come out and then we get this news. Can we short the short ETF? Well, that's what I want to know. People just buying Bitcoin. And here's the thing. Financial derivatives and stuff, if they start naked shorting Bitcoin, it's going to get really nasty. It's going to get really nasty.
Short the shorters.
Ooh.
I think Bill Gates is shorting Bitcoin.
He was shorting. Luna Classic just tried to run up again. It didn't pass that double top. I think this is risky. It's gambling. It's almost not even worth looking at that chart. I wonder what was in Vitalik's pockets when he took these pictures, or if this is like, why is it listed on like it looks
he
weird.
was going long in the golden pocket.
It looks like a water bottle because it's big at the top and at the bottom. Like it's sticking out, it's protruding out at the top and the bottom. He might be like me. If you keep your water bottle in your pants and then when you drink it, it's like body temperature. It feels good.
You know, skinny guys got big penises.
Drew, but the way it sticks out at the top and then goes down, it doesn't look like a penis. It looks like a water bottle.
Because he's
like,
if the water bottle is cold, it can help cool you down too when you put it like in your pocket.
Right.
Oh man, he had a wood row. He was next to that girl thinking dirty thoughts.
You don't know what he was thinking. Just because he's with a girl, you think he's thinking dirty thoughts. Man, the other night when I draw that downtrend on YouTube though for Luna Classic, it dropped like a rock. It fell like maybe like 20% or plus. Look at DXY. DXY is actually pumping here. So this is the DXY dollar index. Basically, the euro going down causes dollar index to go up. Michael Burry's tweet earlier. Look at Bitcoin. Still no sells after that buy block at 20,000. Now we just broke up higher into these liquidations. This is what it's about, UT. Waiting, being patient. What it's about. Yeah, Bed Bath & Beyond getting some buys here. Getting some increased volume. I'll show you Bed Bath & Beyond real quick. On the 4 hour, you can't see the pumpity. On the 5 minutes, you might see a little bit of uptrend. Just a little bit, right? So a little bit of uptrend for Bed Bath & Beyond right here. Just a little bit. It's nothing compared to the pump we had earlier. Sell signal popped in again for Luna Classic as it's definitely looks like it wants to downtrend. This is very deep into the liquidation block this time. I think it has the power to push all the way through for Bitcoin right here. All right, did you sell Bed Bath & Beyond at a loss the first time, Dr. Funk? You got to make sure you're not doing any wash sales with stocks. A lot of things are pumping right here. The SPY started reversing. That's why the SPY started pumping. Look at Bitcoin getting this gas here, YouTube. So from the last buy at 20,000, you see we did dip a little bit lower, but then we started making our way back up and liquidating shorts, and the SPY is coming up here as well. The SPY reversal came at a good time. There's still people buying Luna Classic as Bitcoin pumping. It's interesting. Those were some big pumps right there. Wow. Wow, the SPY reversing right here was great because we've been reversing for like 50 minutes of downtrend, then started slowly uptrending for the SPY. So very beautiful. And then seeing these Bitcoin liquidations. Hour, 3 p.m. to 4 p.m. Let's see how Bed Bath & Beyond is doing during this power hour. Like, it did receive the golden cross on the 5 minutes compared to our death cross at $14. Our golden cross pops in here. Like, from a technical standpoint, Bed Bath & Beyond looks prime for a buy. Fundamental standpoint, if you know they're going to dump 12 million shares, but you don't know when, you're going to be a little bit hesitant. It's that simple. I'll probably make a video on it after the market closes today when stocks stop moving, so I have time to watch it. But while the stocks are moving, Bitcoin moves pretty well too. I wonder if this is going to be like the moment, like we've been getting so much green piling in here that our 100 times and 50 times for Bitcoin has helped keep us around this support level of 20,000. Now, if there's not a lot of bears piling in here, then I could see us pushing up. Like, we're hitting uptrend already in power hour. I can only imagine what's happening when markets close. Let's look at Luna Classic real quick on the 1 minute. Like, Luna Classic also pumping here. And it's pumping right here following Bitcoin, just this small uptrend. So it's very interesting. Very interesting to watch. ETH is coming up here and DOGE also. So from the last buy block for DOGE is up pretty significantly. I think Bitcoin is going to liquidate most of these shorts. We're going to pump another $100 plus for Bitcoin right here. And the SPY is looking beautiful now. The volumes for the SPY has been picking up on the buy side. Put rockets in the chat, YouTube. Rockets, rockets, rockets. By the way, I sound a lot better on YouTube than I do on Discord because I have some sound filters. Don't hear all the clicking. Don't hear my mouse. The voice sounds a little bit more crisp. I don't even think we broke 100. There we go. We broke 100 views now after Bitcoin started this last pump up. So if people are just entering the stream, we're going to go back real quick. First big sell was at $20,212 today. Buy 1993, sell to 20,106, buy 2126. Sold it for $26 cheaper, bought it again for 20,035. Retail sold at 2120. Retail bought and sold around the same price range again. Retail bought at 20,000 up here. They chased the bag a little bit, and now the price is up $95, and we're close to these liquidations. If we don't break, I'm going to go ahead and draw a line here. We have to pass this line. If we break this $20,137 resistance, great. If we don't break it, we get rejected up here, then these retail traders are more than likely to take profits. Oh, someone says power hour is viewing prime time. Okay, that makes sense. Definitely makes sense. We have to break this resistance here. If we break this resistance, then great. If we break this resistance, then this is great for our big daddy Bitcoin. We don't break this resistance right here, we'll probably get a little bit of rejection and a little bit of downtrend. And we're still like almost 50 minutes until market closes today. So seeing the small uptrend on the SPY, like the SPY, if you watch the SPY right now, you can keep watching that uptrend. And let me check the SPY real quick. It's already getting in this overbought area, but it's slowly uptrending. All right, so there we go. We touched our resistance. Let's see if we can break this resistance. We break this resistance and hold. Bitcoin can gain that extra $70 we need to liquidate the rest of these 100 times shorts. This is what we need, YouTube. Sometimes what you need is not given to you, though, so we're sitting back and watching. All right, we're at this resistance. Are we going to break? I think we can break it. We have gas to break it. The SPY is still uptrending here. If I'm looking at the SPY, it's still uptrending. I think we can break. There we go. We broke the resistance. Now are we going to hold? And this would give us a little bit more spread between the last buy and sell signal. And the biggest spread we had today was from my big sell signal in the beginning to the first buy signal. So I think this buy and this sell could be a bigger spread. We just have to go over $20,300. I'll be right back, YouTube. And since the last buy for Bitcoin here, it's very profitable for these retail traders. We broke the resistance, so I'm going to go ahead and keep this resistance on here until we're well above that cushion.
Hey, I'm up $9 in Bed Bath & Beyond. Yahoo!
$9 total?
Yes.
Mm-hmm. It's uptrending a little bit when the SPY is uptrending right here. I do think you bought all your shares a little bit early before waiting on them to sell, but hey, look. What if the news come out, the SEC filing, and shows that they sold today? That would be great. That would be great for you.
Yeah, absolutely. I have no idea. Like I said, this is a spin of the stock wheel. Let's see what happens.
We need more data. Like this should be like more real-time live stream data to retail traders. We shouldn't have to wait 1 or 2 days after insiders trade before we find out on the news. So Bitcoin broke this resistance. We're up over $150 per Bitcoin right here. And we're liquidating all these shorts up here as Bitcoin is squeezing up and getting this momentum. At the same time, it's helping Doge also from that last buy for Doge. If I drag this over, like Doge is like up here. So, and then ETH has this nice little pump. I want to see ETH 1600 again. It would take a lot of momentum to get there, but I think 1600 is very realistic for Ethereum. Now, seeing that we broke this resistance here for Bitcoin, I'm very happy. I was able to map this out very well today. I did make some mistakes along the ways, like a little bit out early and enter a little bit late, but overall from the trend, like it's looking very good. This mapping system I'm working on, and if somebody traded on this strategy, every single price level, they are in significant profits. Every single price level that I mapped out there. I should start a Bitcoin, not Bitcoin, but a crypto bag, and like I do my trading strategy like this live stream on YouTube for the viewers, or also do another bag. And I'll have 2 bags. I'll do one bag me trading on my strategy, and second bag letting YouTube viewers vote on enter or exit trades. It'd be very interesting.
I got to talk to you about a laptop when you come back, because my phone's taking a beating being on the Discord this long.
Oh yeah, Discord uses a lot of processing power sometimes.
Yeah, like I said, I'm new to all this, and like I want to hopefully retire soon, and I want to get much more involved with this. So I'm thinking about getting an Apple.
No, don't get Apple. Look, you're wasting your money.
So what do you recommend?
Are you watching the YouTube right now or no?
No, I'm on the Discord on my iPhone.
For example, I got this $200 computer refurbished from a used computer store, and it outperformed like some of the newer MacBooks, and it's more durable as well. And if I want to change a part, I can just take it out, increase the RAM, increase the hard drive. So for Apple, don't go Apple.
Understood. Okay.
Like, you can get these refurbished computers online. Definitely wipe the hard drives or even buy new hard drives. But if you want a laptop, right? Get a ThinkPad. Get one of those cheaper ThinkPads. Make sure it has a good processor in it, like a good i7 or a good i5. And make sure you get one at least 16 gigabit RAM or can put 16 gigabit. All right, here goes our push up, YouTube. We broke the resistance. We pushed up. Remember, our buy block was down here, $20,000. Bitcoin's up still $200 above. I mean, a desktop, you could get a desktop a lot cheaper, Walt. I built a desktop right here. It only cost me $200 to build. It's got a Quadro graphic card, which can use 4 monitors. Got 16 gigabit RAM. Got a Xeon processor. It's pretty nice for $200.
Yeah, I have an iMac down in NC, but maybe I should just bring that back until I get down there full time. I kind of moved so much stuff down to North Carolina, and I wish I had it all now.
Oh my God, the SPY's been pumping during this time. The SPY has been pumping. Like, there's some hesitation in the market right here for people to short Bitcoin. I can feel that hesitation from the shorts. But there's some greedy people trying to 100 times short it right here. And then the SPY is also getting the sell pressure building up right here. Let's see what's happening. The DXY. DXY is starting to turn around as well. So, all right. So I think some retail traders are going to take profits right here on their Bitcoin. All right. So I mapped this out. The price is 20,193. And let's see if Bitcoin drops after this. All right, so I just draw that point, I think, where Bitcoin could be turning around right here, or slowing the momentum. And I already see the SPYs coming down as well. Ironically, Luna Classic just did a bigger pump up there as well, and may lead people to believe it's falling in Bitcoin on these artificial. Like, if I was pumping it, I would buy it when Bitcoin's pumping. But I'll be right back, YouTube. I think it could liquidate all these positions up here for Bitcoin, but I'm just playing it a little bit safe. My style is usually a little bit early. Early for entries, as you can see. Early for exits, as you can see. And just trying to develop this one trading style. Someone says, can we see 7 cents Doge? We could see 7 cents Doge. We're definitely very far from there on these liquidations, but we could see 7 cents Doge. Bed Bath & Beyond had a nice little pump there, though, from the Golden Cross candle, about 15 cents per share. Lots of bullish momentum picked up here for Bitcoin, though. I see a lot of bullish momentum. Like, these are big positions for longs going in Bitcoin here as the SPY was uptrending, but now the SPY started losing that momentum. I'm going to go get a drink real quick, and I'll be right back, YouTube. All right, I didn't get my water, guys. I lied. Forgot to get my water, and I'm back. So after that sell right here, retail started selling their Bitcoin, and we had a nice little pump, a little bit pump after, but it started coming down for Bitcoin right here. If you guys like me mapping out this stuff, if you think it helps you with researching your trades and stuff, just hit that like button. Subscribe to the channel. Definitely if you want to see more like this. I did one the other night for trading, and it was very good as well. Did a mixture of DOGE, did a mixture of everything. I'm gonna run to the bank pretty soon. What's up, Cocaine White Films? Thank you for subscribing. So let's just do an overview real quick from my first buy to my last, my first sell to my last sell. So the first sell that we had here, because I came on the stream late, theoretically I was imagining if somebody was holding. So if somebody was holding their Bitcoin here, theoretically they sold at 20,212. And the cheapest price they bought during this time that I've been streaming was 19,930. And then the most expensive price they sold was 20,193. Now, it would have been very possible to sell at the initial price, 20,212. But the profits were there, and let's go through, map out the total profits. And we're going to do this as accumulation. Let's say a retail investor started with $10,000. Is 10,000 about the average amount that retail investors are using for spot trading, you think? 10,000. So let's do this. We're going to map out the profit per trade. So we got 1. So trade number 1, if the retail trader has $10,000 and they sold Bitcoin, they sold all their Bitcoin for $10,000 right here. We don't know how much they have, but they use that 10,000 to buy back right here. So this is really going to be number 1. They buy here at 19,930, so 10,000. They were able to buy. Oh, I did the math wrong. They were able to buy like half of, about half a Bitcoin roughly. And then they sold it. They sold that half Bitcoin for 20,106. So now they have $10,088. So 10,088. After the first trade right here, sell. Now they use that $10,000 to buy Bitcoin for 20,126. They're 2126. They have a little bit more than half a Bitcoin, but they sold it times 2100. So now they have $10,075. Okay. So this is number 2. After number 2 transaction, they're only at $75 profit because they went in and out. Market was indecisive for them right there. And then they bought some Bitcoin right here, 20,305 with that money. So divided by, let's take this math, divided by 20,035. So now they have a little bit more Bitcoin, but they sold it at $20,120 times 20. Now they have 10,000. Now they have $10,118. Okay, so they're up $118 profit right here. This is on the third transaction. Now here's where it gets a little bit interesting. Since they're up $118 profit, they wait for a bigger dip and they buy at 19,000. So they divided that 19,930. Okay, they get a little bit more Bitcoin, but then they sell it at a loss. So times 19,916. So this transaction, they lost $7. Now they're at $10,110 right here. And this is on the 4th transaction. Keep in mind their starting balance was $10,000. And then here's the interesting part right here. They fumbled the bag, waited a little bit too long, and had to buy at a much higher price. So we're going to divide this by 20,000. That, and then they did their last sell at bear 20,193. So now they're, after everything, after they sold it, they're at $10,208 balance. And which trade was this? The 5th transaction. So 2 days so far, following this strategy, the retail trader started with $10,000 right here. So after selling all this Bitcoin, started with $10,000. Transaction 1, they're at $88 profit. Transaction 2, they're only at $75 profit total. And then 118, 110, and then now they're at $208 profit. So total profit 208 divided by 10,000. The retail trader was able to earn 2.08%. So the retail trader was able to earn 2.08% today with this trading strategy. They're sitting on the sidelines with their profit, and every day this retail trader has this mindset. They want to gain at least 0.5% to 1% per day. So they're very happily earned 2% per day. And with their $10,000 starting balance, it's so their total profit was $208. And it could have been bigger, but there's a little bit of hesitation right here. If there wasn't this much hesitation right here, a whole like $80 difference, this may have been like a 3% profit rather than 2% profit. So hopefully I can get this trading strategy worked out and into an indicator for a lot of people out there, but currently I have to do this stuff manually. Most of my trades are manual except for what I do with the trading bot. DXY is still technically uptrending. Luna Classic, this thing is for the gamblers right here. I kid you not. This is for like the pure gamblers. Haha. God. I'm a little bit worried that once Luna Classic, once these guys are done with their pump, we're going to see the fattest red candle. When they're done with their pump, it's going to be the fattest red candle you'll see. In my opinion. I don't think they'll bleed it out. But yeah, guys, I'm going to run. I'll be back later. Hit that subscribe button. And yeah, I'll try to map out some more of these trades for coins later on. I can do other coins as well, but this was a nice scalping session. Theoretically, the trader earned $208 with a $10,000 balance. And let's just say the trader, if he wants to minimize his loss, every day he would start with $10,000. He would not start with that $10,200. So every day he would restart the cycle with that $10,000 and keep that $200 profit somewhere else. That could be one strategy. They wouldn't use that whole bag. And for that $200, maybe they put it somewhere else where they think the value will not drop drastically. Yeah, I see a lot of rug pull charts, Nelson. So many rug pulls in crypto. How long did it take to do this, YouTube? Almost 4 hours, 30 minutes? About 4 hours, 30 minutes for all this to take place. So I'll put 2% profits at the end of this stream so I can map it out. I've definitely done a lot better trades before, but 2%, this is very slow, it's very steady. This was with spot trading, no leverage. If there was leverage, like if you put leverage inside this recipe as well, the earnings would be a lot higher. But man, you guys, and then when I'm away, I don't want to enter a trade. When I'm away, I don't want to enter a trade. Where's my liquidations? I think the liquidation indicator is gone. Oh boy. If I have to put it back on here, I have to fix my settings. So greater than 0.01. So this is like, all right. I'll put the liquidations back on here. I think right here, like before market closes, we're getting some very, very mixed indicators about Bitcoin and the SPY, but I think overall this was a dead cat bounce, and we could continue this downturn.
Bro, when you make that little square over there in the chart is when I enter my short.
And you what?
Let's see there. I'm gonna hold on to it. Let's see what's up. But I'm careful though. I'm gonna see.
20,193. Exactly that price?
No, actually, what's on Doge, bro? On Doge.
Why would you short Doge if you're gonna short crypto?
I like the name. It was a 0618.
But Elon could tweet about Doge. He's not going to tweet about Bitcoin. And look, guys, Ethereum is actually trying to uptrend while Bitcoin was downtrending right here. I think everything might be slowly uptrending. Like Doge is the one I would never short.
I know.
Did you see the Luna Classic chart?
I've been in front of the screen all this whole time. Whatever you have presented, I have seen it.
I want to do so I did theoretical trading the other day 5 times, and it's pretty good profits.
I was there.
I was able to get 2 new subscribers on today's stream. That's pretty cool. It's pretty interesting, pretty good moves for, and I did a Doge and Bitcoin mixture. But today's spot trading, $10,000 only Bitcoin, 10,000 turned to 10,200. It sounds weird saying that, like all this work for 30 minutes. No, for 4 hours, 30 minutes. All this work for a little bit safer way of trying to get that money. But I tell you, I could probably get a 2% play doing futures within 1 hour. Not super high leverage. Oh man. It messed up my chart. I gotta change the colors. All right. Bitcoin. So here's the thing about Bitcoin that I'm noticing here. Like before I go, it's uptrending again. It's uptrending a little bit, and let's just see what would happen if the theoretical trader bought some Bitcoin right here. It's always one more trade, YouTube. That's what I hate about trading. 20,167. So let's make this green. Let's see.
Yeah, you're right, bro. I got out of it. I don't know what I was thinking. It's crazy. Exciting.
So the strategy's been working for me very well, like consecutively for the past year. Like I've been doing other things as well. I'm a degen. I did 5 times on Luna Classic earlier. I'm a degen. I did 5 times with a 5% stop loss on Luna Classic earlier. And so far it hasn't revisited my stop loss, so I'm lucky. So the retail trader, he's getting a little bit tired. He just wants to buy some Bitcoin in case the price does go up during this time while he's going somewhere. And when he comes back, he's going to check, see how much he lost or sold. So you guys out there, you can watch your charts for Bitcoin, but the retail trader, he can't watch it. But he does have the fear that it could go down. But there's also Not a bad idea being a bag holder at 20,000 if you think Bitcoin could go to that all-time high again in the future as well. Do I want to get out of this trade before I go? Or do I want to wait here? Let me check the calendar. Let's see how much time I have. Let me see. Wow. Oh, this trade is good. Google's good, but it's like a double-edged sword. You get all this information from Google, but there's also this huge invasion of privacy that people fear. I guess I can do another 20 minutes with you guys, but I really want to hold this position a little bit longer for Bitcoin for this last entry. Getting a lot of buys for Bitcoin right here. Wow. I'm glad I was able to look at a chart a little bit longer. Probably in 1 more hour, I'm going to be like, all right, one more trade. And I'm going to look at the clock. I'm like, wow, I've been here for like 18 hours. So we're going to see, are we going to break this double top? I think we can break it, but are we going to break it and hold? Are we going to break this double top and hold? Or are we going to get rejection? Stock market closes in about 23 minutes and the SPY is on a nice little uptrend after being on a downtrend. I mean, SPY is not really that much money difference. And while this is happening, Bed Bath & Beyond is still like technically uptrending on the short time frame. But look at hourly and 4 hour. Like on the hourly, it looks like finally it's curving back around after that big falling knife down to like $8 range. It's very possible they filed to sell the shares. They sold the shares and now retail are buying. Very possible. Man, Luna Classic on the daily chart is bizarre. It is bizarre. Did it just break another high? No. Almost. It touched that double top for Luna Classic. So I got this chart. Let me check the other chart as well. Bitcoin's still getting some gas in the tank. On the daily, DXY is like... Oof. And on this short upswing, the DXY still was uptrending, but DXY started losing that momentum. And that was about 4 minutes ago. So 1, 2, 3, 4. Around this time, like Bitcoin, people started buying Bitcoin, the DXY was coming down. And I think we can break this double top as long as that DXY downtrends and then SPY can continue this uptrend. Technically, the SPY is still uptrending though. Yeah, I think Bitcoin still has a little bit more gas in the tank. Yeah, the SPY usually gets the volume in the last 20 minutes of trading generally. So Luna Classic is trying to break that top there. It's trying really hard. It didn't break it yet, but if it breaks it, goes past 2-0 and holds, a retail will probably FOMO. The SPY is still uptrending right here. The DXY is downtrending now, technically. Downtrending. On the short time frame. This is all short time frame, by the way. And while this is happening, I gotta check another chart. There's another coin that's getting listed soon on exchanges, and someone connected a SHIB called Bone. Bone ETH. It's kind of been uptrending on rumor that it's going to be listed. Yeah, it's been uptrending. The price has already doubled since rumor that it's going to be listed. Compared to the price of Ethereum. Alright, so the SPY kind of slowed down right there. And the DXY started pumping again. All real time. DXY did a big flippening right there. But it's only it's like a 2 cents. Nothing. And now the SPY is back up trending with Bitcoin. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. I think trading volume's falling off for Luna Classic though. Oh yeah, trading volume has significantly fell off compared to that big pump. But still, if people are buying and less people are selling, like a lot of people don't want to sell down here if they see the price coming up. Alright, Bitcoin, push up and break our resistance. That's what you need to do. Here we are getting closer to breaking through.
One more trade, huh?
Yeah, we're getting. Yeah, I already entered the trade, and it's always that one more trade. Like this is Do they have a crypto word related to heroin? We're always chasing a dragon or something. Like this is like all constant. Like it's so hard not to trade. Like cause like if you're not making money, you're not gonna keep trading a lot. Alright, so you are now hidden on the chat. Don't show on my chat. I don't care if your favorite influencers are showing this project. Don't show on my chat, please. Keep it nice and clean. So chasing green candles is not the same. I think like heroin's like people are so addicted. Opium chasing green candles. So we're gonna see if we break this resistance for Bitcoin here. I mean, this is actually a pretty decent trade right here. Quite a lot of time going into this though. I mean, some people are very happy earning like $200 per day. Some people like to earn more than $200 per day. There's people out there working minimum wage earning like $40 per day after all the taxes are taken out. A little bit disgusting to think about. If you're earning $40 per day and you have all these bills to pay, it's very hard to do any type of investing. All right, so we're no longer getting these flat bottoms here for Bitcoin. We almost touched this 100 times shorts. Like, look at this right here. This is over $5 million that can be liquidated right here, but they are getting some more shorts piling in, defending their positions right here. It's getting a little bit hard to push up here. DXY is still downtrending. And so it's slowing the push here. Oh, that's why. It's definitely slowing the push momentum right here. This could be a good trade closing right here even. But new hourly candle, 14 minutes. Is it possible we retrace in those 14 minutes? Trade is still open. 14 minutes is a very tough spot. Profits are profits, though. How long would it take this 10,000 to turn into another 10,000 if you earn 2% per day? Take a long time. Take even longer if you're spending any portion of that as well. So, boom, 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 boom. I think right here, the retail trader is going to be like, hey, I'm out. Boom, we're gone. Current price is $20,230. And after they're out, let's just see what happens right here. Oh, let me put a border. And after that trade's done, let's see how much money is in there. So it was a so to make this trade, it was a $10,208 to buy Bitcoin at $20,167, and then it sold at $20,230. So the balance now 10,000. So this is number 6. Balance is 10,000 to it's around 239. So this is the balance right now for number 6. Oh, Bitcoin did get the gas to go up there for those liquidations. And at the same time, the SPY is actually climbing a lot too. Let's look at the SPY real quick. And we can watch the SPY right before market closes. Market closed in 12 minutes. But if you look at the SPY on the 5 minutes, like this is when we started uptrending. So as the SPY was uptrending, Bitcoin started following it as well and uptrending. And the DTC was downtrending, but DTC is starting this uptrend now, which makes me a little bit concerned. We did get into these liquidations. Oh my God. 500 Bitcoin caused millions of dollars of liquidations just right here. That's crazy. Yeah, we're getting a pump up right here. So it's very interesting. At the same time, Bitcoin's pumping, the SPY is pumping, the DXY is pumping, all three at the same time right now. Definitely very interesting time. We broke the resistance. I didn't think we were going to break the resistance, so sold right here. Secured profits. And think about Bitcoin right here. We break that resistance, we're going to lose the gas right here. Yeah, we don't have as much up there. But we want to see the SPY close on a positive note within the next 11 minutes. If you look at the hourly for the SPY, this was not a really good candle. This is more of an indecisive candle, so maybe the SPY will start a reversal from the downtrend. But this is the SPY right here. And this is our big volume candle. Over 200,000. That's huge. And it's definitely getting some buy pressure. We're still far from the exponential moving average at 398.90, but we're above the short-term moving average, which is at 397.12. Yeah, after the pump though, like it can look a little bit choppy. Definitely looks a little bit choppy after a pump sometimes. What are the chances that this trader will have to buy his Bitcoin back at a higher price? Fairly high if he wants to chase it, but I think he could wait on the sidelines for a little bit too. All right, here comes the SPY coming down finally. If I look at the SPY on the short time frame. So here goes that big sell pressure. That actually sell pressure is even bigger than that buy pressure for the SPY right here. The SPY is bleeding. The SPY is bleeding right here. Theoretically, should drag Bitcoin down. Alex Zapata said he sold his Doge on the peak. Good job, Alex. Look at Doge up here. So from the buy block for Doge, let's do the sell block now. All right, so selling Doge at 619. Let's say 619. Let's round down so that we can sell it fast. 691. 691. So the Doge sold here, 691. It definitely can sell at 691. And the buy was right here a little bit early, 6915. So the buy and the sell difference between Doge right here, pretty significant. Selling Doge on the way down. And what's the price difference right here? 0.0691 minus 0.006915. So what's 0.069? It's not 691, is it? Oh, it's 615, that's why. I made a typo on the green. So 691 minus 0.0615 divided by 0.0615. That's like a 12% move right here. So 12% difference. And you add 1. So theoretically, if somebody did $10,000 starting here, if they were spot trading with an initial balance of $10,000, and if this person theoretically likes to think of Doge as a potential for Elon Musk tweeting, and they use 5 times leverage, and if they went 5 times long at 615 because they really like Doge and they didn't think Elon could tweet, then 0.0, let's see how much profits they could have earned. 0.0691 minus 0.0615 divided by 0.0615. So is this I'm going to double check the math. So this is a typo right here. It's 19. Kept wondering, like, what's wrong? Both of them were typos. So 0.0619 minus 0.0615 divided by 0.0615. So the price didn't even move up 1%, but they did 5 times leverage. Then it's like they gained 3%. And then times 10. They would have had about $325 profit. They would have $325 profit, and that's using 5 times leverage, only one trade. Versus Bitcoin spot trade, they used $10,000 spot. They didn't use any leverage, but they went in and out multiple times. So, the lesson we learned here, the spot trader definitely could make about the same amount as the leverage trader, but they have to enter and close positions a lot more frequently. They definitely have to enter and close a lot more frequently for that to happen. What is this? You know what's funny about Luna Classic right now? The price on KuCoin is higher than the price on Binance. Let me see what chart I'm looking at. Wow, definitely some arbitrage opportunities there. Definitely some arbitrage opportunities there. It looks like Luna Classic's coming down, SPY is coming down, DXY is coming up. Bitcoin's also doing a little bit of downtrend right here as well. So I did this earlier, Zizui, and as the profits rolled into each trade from that initial 10,000, but theoretically at the end of the day, all the profits they have total, take those profits, put them in a separate account, and restart with the initial 10,000 probably. To save money for a rainy day. I think Luna C, once it dumps, it's going to dump fast. That's why it's fearful. So this is Luna C, big sell signal coming in here. Some people would even be brave enough to short it, trade it, if it breaks this trend line. It definitely is breaking the trend line. I shorted it the other day when it broke the trend line. It's very profitable, but man, more money has come into the coin since then, so it's a little bit rougher, a little bit riskier. By the way, if anybody wants to join the Discord and chat with us on voice or through all the boxes, and put a link in the chat. Let's look at Discord real quick. So Discord, we have a lot of channels like arts, announcements. In announcements, I'll post like important announcements and the streams when we're live. We have a Bed Bath & Beyond channel as well. People like to post some articles, some research. We have charts channel. A lot of people like to post their charts inside here. I like to post a lot of charts as well. Keeps me interesting. So definitely lots of charts, like hundreds, probably more than hundreds of charts. We have the crypto miners parlor. It's not really been active as less and less people are mining crypto. We have crypto talk. We talk about different cryptocurrencies in here. Developer, we post like bots, like trading scripts. We have general chat, giveaways. We have a GameStop channel for dedicated about GameStop and GameStop news. Health and wellness channel. We have some meetup channels, some memes, news. Memes are very funny. I'm afraid to scroll through those. News, NFT giveaway, NFTs for sale. Another meetup channel. Pulse Chain information about when Pulse Chain is going to be released, and some more information on Pulse Chain. RSI strategies. This one's a little bit old and outdated. We just made this video talk about the RSI strategies. Stock update, tickers. We talk about certain stocks in here as well. There's a lot of different channels. Then we have all these voice channels and people in the voice chat as well. Basically the Discord. Let's see if Luna Classic will break this uptrend. I would be very interested to see if Luna Classic breaks this uptrend. And the recipes for that would be the DXY going up while Bitcoin is coming down. That would be very interesting. This is a big volume candle for Bitcoin, and it's big indecisive printing candle. Like, it doesn't know if it wants to go down or go back up. And then we have this gap here as well as the bulls and the bears pile in. But I think it's getting more bearish sentiment here than bullish sentiment. We've just literally annihilated all those 100-time shorts for Bitcoin. And then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 more new positions stepped in there, but very low amounts of capital. We liquidate a lot of positions today. I want to check some of the liquidations real quick. And this is information from CoinGlass. So in the last 24 hours, about $168 million worth of cryptocurrency was liquidated. And out of that, Ethereum was most liquidations for 14.28 million. And here's the Ethereum chart. ETH is very attractive for these people, for these liquidations, because the ETH has that merger update. So here's the thing. ETH may look great for a short on the technicals, but then when people enter those shorts, the fundamental of the ETH merger news coming out liquidates those people. Yeah, but the Discord's not like I'm not trying to sell you guys a Discord to make profits. That's not what it's about. It's about a community. So if you're joining the Discord thinking you're going to make profits, that's the wrong idea. You would join the Discord to brag about your profits. You would join the Discord to post your charts and chat with other retail traders. You wouldn't join to copy trades. That's not something you would join for. Because here's the thing. We're not on the same schedule. I may be awake at 3 o'clock in the morning to enter a trade and exit a trade. You may be sleeping. So it's not good for entering and exiting trades. There's a bunch of trading platforms out there that allow copy trading. Discord is more for like sharing news and chatting with retail investors. Oh my god. I'm watching a video of this guy. He's cutting up bees with scissors as they're flying. It's crazy. We're at this very undecisive moment for Bitcoin here, and I'm watching the SPY come up. I'm watching the well, no, SPY has been coming down drastically. Yeah, market close.
Yes. That market close was nice. Yeah.
Guys, look at this bait real quick. The SPY was uptrending, and retail investors like, oh yeah, SPY is going to keep pumping. SPY is going to keep pumping up. Boom. Right before market close, we start this big downtrend. Then we get the big mega 500,000 volume. And then if we look at this on the hourly, the SPY closed lower. So pretty bad. This should affect crypto and some of the other markets, but the SPY closed lower again.
It didn't yesterday though. Yesterday it made lower lows, lower lows.
Yeah, it had that big wick up.
Today we.
But where did it close yesterday? I could just check back on the chart. I can see that wick. But today, like this big red candle, like definitely like people were betting on it going up. And you can imagine how many people were trying to buy puts or calls today. And a lot of people started buying calls right here. And they ran out of time to buy puts right here. But there's still time for them to buy puts.
How's the ES doing, Enoch?
What's up?
Yeah. Oh, Susie, you messaged me, right? Yeah. So basically, they tanked it. Like Tame was just saying, they at the close, they all just dumped the ES, the SPY.
All right. Has it started recovering?
I don't know. It's gonna. I was actually doing something else, but yeah, I don't know if it's. Yeah, it'll probably bounce. But I looked at Bitcoin though. Bitcoin didn't fall as fast.
It will come down. I don't know. So this is news.
It probably will.
CNBC says Dow S&P 500 fall for a fourth day. Major averages end August with losses. Keep in mind, this is the last day of August. This is the last day of the month, and we just ended on a big red day as well. So I don't need to read their article to recognize that significance. Like, they're going to say that August ended in the red. Like, this was our last candle for the month of August right here, and it was on the red. While at that time, look at the DXY. The DXY is pumping again after market closed, and this is probably going to pull down Bitcoin.
Wow. Tame, 2 iceberg just went off. That 500 for a sell ice on the SPY on the ES just now. We're at the close.
You gotta use the gun when you answer the door next time. All right, I'm back. Oh, as predicted, look at Luna Classic. We broke that uptrend and boom, it came. It's just like the other day. I didn't have the balls to short it today though. But look at that big drip down. Almost like a 40. Like, this is a big drop right here. Big drop. People are asking me for good long-term price predictions. I'm not going to give you guys good long-term price predictions for buying and selling. Appreciate you guys asking those questions though, but you got to trade based off of what you see. This year, I'm trading based off of what I see, so I'm not going to have any of that hopium. Look at that. We broke the uptrend for Luna Classic, so there's a lot of people that bought up here hoping it's going to go up. We got rejected, never hit that double top, and then Classic started downtrending, and huge amounts of volume coming in here. Now, for the trader that did the Bitcoin trade, after seeing the S&P end in the red, and he got out of his Bitcoin at $20,230, even right before this run up, he's a little bit skeptical and has a lot of things to do before 5 o'clock. So, yeah, I'm going to close this stream. I hope you guys enjoyed. I already closed that Luna long, or had earlier before this, just in case. And it was a gamble. Put a small bag, small gamble.
All right, cool, Tame. Hey, Tame, you're shutting down the YouTube, right, soon?
Do you guys want me to leave it on, or are you going to be here talking? If you be here talking, because I'm not going to be going super long, maybe like 2 hours tops.
Yeah, if you know what, Tame, if you want, shut it down, and then when you come back, I mean, it's your thing. You could turn it on whenever you want.
Right.
It's up to you, though.
So yeah, if there's people going to be here talking, I can leave it on, running, but I would prefer to close it, and then when I come back, do like
yeah, that's fine. That's
crypto
fine,
after
Tame.
dark.
Yeah,
leave
no
it
worries,
like this.
No worries. Yeah. Good. Yeah, have fun, Tame. No worries.
All right. Yeah. It's so hard not to do another trade. It's so hard not to do another trade, I'm telling you. All right. It's better to trade when you're there live, though. Like, I'll see you guys later. Enjoy the stream, YouTube.